in the Pro 1500 class. Platinum, there weren't any penalties dished out,
as far as we're aware.
And nor was Pro 1340. It was only the 1500 guys that were a bit more aggressive compared to yesterday.
Yeah, the ones getting slapped on the wrist today. So we'll see what happens there. We might have to do the podiums as they stand, but I think there's going to be lots of discussion up in the stewards' room after that one. There's the man that finished second overall and in the platinum class, Greg Gorski, and Alim Geshev going to his rightful spot. I mean, if he finishes in any other position, I'm pretty sure that man's going to still turn up in front of the #1 placard. It's been his rightful spot all weekend long.
And this is going to give him a real confidence boost here in the Golf Radical Cup as well when we race again in a couple of weeks' time, when you go back to point scoring as well. While the Radical World Finals are taking place, unfortunately, despite the local talent here from the Golf Radical Cup being a part of it, this is not a point scoring round for them. But it is a confidence booster for the likes of Alim Geshev, Ian Aguilera, Usman Magal, who have been really fighting up there at the sharp end of the field in their respective categories. And, well, it'll be great to see them racing soon enough. There you can see on the left-hand side of your pictures, the 77, Alim Geshev. There's Greg Gorski we're looking at right now. The 95 there is Oscar Joyce. And in between them is the 82 car there of Christian Brooks. Then it's Ian Aguilera, you see there on the left-hand side of Pro 1500, and Jack Yang in the 33. We're still unconfirmed regarding the penalties, who exactly is where. On our timing screens, it still shows us that order in Pro 1500. In 1340, though, as we said before, Robert Burgess takes it again. That's 3 for 3 for him. And then it's Eric Andrews and John Hughes rounding out the podium, as Ian Aguilera's car is being pushed in position. Now, Tom, I've noticed something. They have moved Ian Aguilera's car to a different side. Is that second? Yes, it is, because he originally pulled into the third Parc Ferme area behind third place finisher in the platinum category, Oscar Joyce, but he's moved across to second where he finished at the line. But because he has that time penalty to be added, let's see if that car will be moved out of position. I don't think it will be. Well, there is a number 9 behind them, but that car is, of course, Robert Burgess, the man who wins in the Pro 1340 class. There is Oscar Joyce taking down his helmet. You can see Greg Gorski in the background as well, and then Geshev will have his usual responses that are very modest and to the point as well, while Tom will go and prepare for the podiums, and hopefully they won't change too much by the time those happen.
Well, look, I think at the end of the day, we've got to celebrate the podiums as they cross the line. The officials will sort things out, and obviously that'll have a big implication for the points, but we may as well celebrate the winners as they cross the line. Certainly some fantastic performances, none more so than that man there.
It's been a fabulous race weekend for Alim Geshev as well. A new car for him. He's not used to racing the car at all, and he's come in and he's dominated the field here with not just the drivers that he participates against in the Golf Radical Cup, but of course the drivers from around the world, the best Radical drivers from around the world, from the likes of the USA, Canada, the United Kingdom, Asia, Saudi Arabia, Germany, Italy, France, Brazil, China, Mexico, and everywhere else. It's been a fantastic race. There you see just behind Christian Brooks' car is Rick Parrish. Of course, a great result for him in 25th position after not getting off the line, but of course a fantastic result to bring it back for Relentless Racing. Of course, the second car of Usman Magal struggled in the early stage of that race, but it looks like he got the car going again, and the team did a fantastic job to get the car running again, to be competitive despite Usman Magal finishing 27th. He'll be fighting back in the 4th heat race, the final race as well of the weekend. I can see Sarah is down there prepping for an interview with one of our drivers, and it looks like Sarah's got Christian Brooks, our winner in Pro 1500.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, I'm here with Christian. Incredible race. Well done for coming through the field. We're still waiting for final positions as there have been some penalties applied throughout the field. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was a difficult race. I got a really good start, come from 4th to 1st. And Ian was right on the back of me for the first couple of laps, but I had a really good middle stint of the race. I managed to pull a gap, and we managed the pit stop really well, and had a good gap coming out of the pits. But yeah, just the tyres going off were really bad in the last 5-6 laps. Roll overheating, had a lot of sliding, but yeah, still happy to come away with first on the track. We'll see what the penalties applied are, and yeah, happy.
Does it give you a lot of confidence going into the final later on today?
Yeah, exactly. I think whoever leads has a really good chance because it's really hard to overtake and follow around here with the wake of the other cars in front. So long as we have a good start, I think we'll be towards the front because we have 3 really good heats. So yeah, confident.
And you were talking about tyres struggling towards the end of that race. What do you have available for the race later on?
So I think everyone saved a new set for the last one. So these weren't fresh rubber, but we'll be going fresh in the last one. And obviously it's only a half-an-hour race, so should have less wear on the tyres because it's those last 15 minutes that tyres were really dead. So yeah.
Congratulations again. We'll wait and see what the final results are, but good luck for later on.
Thanks, Sarah, there for the insights from Christian Brooks. He'll be hopefully on the top step of the podium, but we've not confirmed that just yet. We are still waiting to see if there are any changes to the results. And I think Sarah's got another interview with us downstairs in the pit lane. Oh no, not quite yet. I think she's trying to track down some drivers. Saw Johnny Kazoo walking around in the background there. A good result from him as well. Could just see him on the far right of your picture there, talking to the team, talking about what happened in the race. So I think we can head down. We've got another driver interview with Sarah down on the pit lane.
Yep, I'm here with Rick. It's your first race.
It is, yeah, first race, first qualifying and first enduro without a drink at the pit stop. So superhero stuff, I reckon.
And how was that last stint for you? How do you feel about going into this afternoon?
Yeah, really good, really confident. Our car's going great. Everything's just been set up for me beautifully. So yeah, I love radicals. It's just the best fun.
And how do you feel about the venue? It's quite iconic for the World Finals.
There's nothing like Yas Marina Circuit in the world. I think it's one of the nicest tracks to drive, and the facilities are amazing. So yeah, and I haven't come off into the wall yet, so it's suiting me really well.
And tell me a little bit about, we've got 32 drivers, some of the best radical drivers from around the world, all here for the finals.
Yeah, most of them went past me.
We don't need to talk about that bit.
No, exactly. No, it's amazing. It's an amazing event, and we're very proud with Kinetic 7, our hydrogen company, to be one of the sponsors.
Yeah, and thank you so much for sponsoring this incredible event. And it doesn't matter where they're going past you, you're still sharing a track with them. Good luck for this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, there was the boss of Relentless Racing. Of course, the sister car of Usman Magal had a few issues. Rick Parrish, of course, races in the Gulf Radical Cup from time to time. Always see his name on the side of Usman Magal's car, but don't see him very often at the race weekends. But it's great to see him here being a part of the Radical World Finals. And of course, he's excited for race number 4 later on today. We prepare ourselves here for the podium, and of course we'll get some highlights before we do that of race number 3, heat race number 3. That was a very exciting one as well, and the longest one of the weekend so far for the Radical World Finals. So now it's time to check out some highlights for the Radical World Finals, heat race number 3. But before we do that, why don't we have one more quick interview downstairs with Sarah on the pit lane.
Yes, I'm here with Usman. How are you finding it this weekend?
It's been good. We started off really well. I had a first and a second in the first heat, a couple of heats, but this last race was not so great, so I had a bit of car trouble.
We don't have to talk about the last race, but you know what would be great to talk about is having all these incredible drivers here in the GCC for you to compete against.
Yeah, it's great to have everyone from all parts of the world, the fastest radical drivers, and competing with the very best. It elevates our game, pushes us on, so it's really good for us.
And what's the experience been like racing at Yas Marina? Last night we got to race at sunset as well in the stunning, views. Yeah, it's amazing. I think it's one of the best facilities in the world. It's a Formula One venue. It's iconic. Yeah, there's just so many great things about it, and the weather's great. It's just a great place to race. And looking forward to later on, how do you feel about that race? What are you going to do now to prepare? First, I've got to find out what grid position I'm on. And then, just fight till the end and, hopefully get a good result. Amazing. Thank you so much for having a chat. Thank you. Thanks. We are now going to head over to the highlights, and we'll take a look now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate. The podium finishes in the final heat race here of the Radical World Finals, and there's been lots of changes. A number of penalties dished out. We've got the latest results as they stand, and I believe there still are some drivers under investigation. We'll start with Pro 1340. Congratulations, another third place for Canadian John Hughes. In second place, he's done it again, Eric Sonny Andrews. And two Area 27 drivers making their way to the podium. And whilst his pit stop is under investigation, for the moment, taking the win is Robert Burgess. Congratulations, that's 3 for 3 in the heat races here at Yas Marina. Robert Burgess, Sonny Andrews making their way to the podium. And great battling all weekend long from the Canadians in Pro 1340. Could there be an upset later today in the final? Robert Burgess has certainly been a class act so far, but it's going to come down to the wire. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these guys a big round of applause. Robert Burgess taking the win. Drivers' trophies nice and high, and we'll get a few shots. The Pro 1500 class, plenty of changes there too. After what has been a relatively disastrous start to the weekend, a change of chassis. Jordan Missig has come through to take a podium. Finally, he says, here at Yas Marina, and Graham Rahal performance rewarded with a strong result. In second place, what a weekend this young man is having. Congratulations, Christian Brooks. But taking the win, and it was some penalties that resulted in a tremendous result for Valor Racing. Jack Yang takes a win in Pro 1500. So two more different nationalities on the top steps of the podium in Pro 1500. This one goes to China and Jack Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, give these drivers a round of applause. Get those trophies nice and high, gentlemen. Let's give them a big cheer. Jack Yang taking his first win of the weekend. And we said it at the start of this weekend, there were numerous drivers in Pro 1500 that have the pace to win. No doubt we're going to see possibly a different result yet again in the final. Jack Yang will be hoping, though, he can continue this run forward. Jordan Missig finally making the podium here. A good result for that team. We'll move on to the Platinum class. And this time, it is another podium, but this time it's in third place. Congratulations, Oscar Joyce. Young Oscar Joyce finds himself on the podium again. The Irish Englishman makes his way to the podium in second place. He's moved up one step this morning. Congratulations. From the United States, Greg Gorski, kissing towards the crowd. Well done, Greg.
Thank you, Tom.
Great stuff from the Radical Works Team driver, typically a driver for EVR Motorsports in the USA, and taking his third heat win of the weekend. Congratulations, a clean sweep so far for Alim Jasev. Alim, quickly as you walk out here, this is just an amazing result for you. But these guys seem to be finding a little bit more speed. Do you think you have what it takes to get the win later this afternoon?
We'll see. We hope.
We'll see, we hope. We'll go and join the top step of that podium. He's certainly been right up there all weekend long. Congratulations. A great result for the United Arab Emirates so far. And our podium winners today, they've done the business this morning, but it all comes now down to the final. The points from the three heat races will be tallied. That will set the grid for the winner-takes-all final. It's back to sprint race format, a slightly longer race this afternoon. But right now, it's time to celebrate the victors in what has been another fantastic Heat Race 3 from the Radical World Finals here at Yas Marina.
Good morning, motorcycle racing fans from the UAE and around the world. This is the DSBK Middle East Championship. We are using the North Circuit configuration, and it features a chicane on the back straight, which makes things quite interesting here at the Yas Marina circuit. It is the first time ever we are racing here on two wheels at this circuit, and what a place to do it as well. The riders are preparing themselves as they, they're about to do something they've never done before here. Yes, we've had track days. Yes, we've had experiences, but we've never had a race here around the Yas Marina circuit, and this is a historic moment here for bike racing in the United Arab Emirates. Of course, the teams behind the scenes from DSBK Racing and the championships beforehand have been working hard to get this done, and it's fantastic that we've finally been able to do it. The North Circuit is 3.1 kilometers in length, just over that length actually, and we will feature no less than 18 riders here at the Yas Marina circuit. Simon Reed and Seed Al Salati had a fantastic fight yesterday in qualifying for who would be the one in pole position, but it was Seed Al Salati who took it from Simon Reed, but alongside them will be Sasuke Totaro on his number 5 Kawasaki. Now, interestingly enough, my entry list only has 15 entries, but yesterday during qualifying, we had a total of 18 riders. We have a 12-lap race here. It's going to be a timed race here for the DSBK Middle East Championship. And well, I can walk you through who we have here today, at least 15 of them. The other ones will pop up on our screen in due time. Dmitry Kuchnov will be on the Kawasaki ZX636, the number 31. He is one of our 4 rookies in the championship for Team Green. Rough Moto have actually a number of riders here this weekend, including Hanan Suleiman, the only female rider in the field. Not only will she'll be racing around the Yas Marina circuit for the first time, she'll be the first woman to do it as well. And there she was, briefly in the 71. That was great to see her around the track, and it was yesterday, and it's great to see her here making her way to the grid position, because she was vying for a top 3 qualifying position during yesterday's session, just before the red flag came out. But a great qualifying effort from Hanan. She will start this grid, and she'll start 5th overall in the DSBK Middle East Championship in the rookie category. Then we have Scott Francis for Geo Investments and Immigration and JMR Global Executive Search on the 22. On the Yamaha R6, Khalfan Al-Khabi with the 89 bike. The Yamaha R6 is our 4th rookie. I think actually we have another rookie, but there is Simon Reed, one of the 3 bikes that should be lining up on the front row of the grid. But this might make things a bit different because we've never actually done this before. So will we actually have 3 riders? Let's wait and see, because that's Simon Reed there on the left-hand side. Now, you might notice, if you've been here this weekend or you've been watching the other live feeds from the Yas Marina circuit, the left-hand side or the right-hand side of your pictures here is usually where the cars or bikes that have raced over the weekend are in pole position. But because this is a standing start, the pole sitter sits on the left-hand side by the pit wall. Here is Manuel Parra, the pole sitter from yesterday in the DSBK Middle East Championship in the super stock category, and it's great to have him back in the championship. He's always been one to watch out for here, and it looks like we might be lining up in rows of 2, not rows of 3 here at the Yas Marina circuit. We're used to having 3 rows all over the place. Here's the number 20 from Rough Moto. This is Yuri Nekrasov, another one of our rookies from last season, and he's always very impressive to watch here. Very quick is Yuri Nekrasov as well. Great to see him back in the championship. Didn't see him 2 weeks ago in the DSBK Middle East Championship for the 24-25 season. We're looking now at the 86 rider. Now, that is Tom Robson. He didn't have the best qualifying session yesterday, but at least he got his position in to be further up the field than he would have been if that incident happened a bit earlier. But the good news is that Tom Robson was A-OK. We did see him walking around after the incident, and it's always great to see that the riders and the drivers here get up with their own power. And of course, Tom Robson not fazed by it. He's happy to go racing around the Yas Marina North Circuit here again. Very busy grid here for the DSBK Middle East Championship. It's a big event here, and it is a very exciting event. And I'm delighted I can say that I'm joined by Courtney, who is down on the grid, who will hopefully get some interviews with some of the riders, some of the organisers, and maybe some celebrities or influencers here who have joined us this weekend for this incredible event, a historic event. So let's go down to the grid with Courtney. But before we do that, we will continue our way through the grid. As you see, Simon Reed there getting some last-minute words in from some of the organisers here, actually from the Yas Marina circuit himself. Just a quick hello to tell him a bit more about the track. You see the teams are doing a quick debrief. The 31 rider there, actually that's Dmitry Kuchinov. He's a very fast rookie and one of a handful of riders actually to do all the laps during qualifying 2 weeks ago. He was getting as much practice as he possibly could in the session, because of course when you're a rookie to the championship, you want as much time on track as you can with riders around you, or just having the space to yourself. And as the grid is being cleared, that means we're about to go racing here. But before we do that, we have the formation lap around the Yas Marina circuit, the first formation lap. But before we do that, let's go down to Courtney in the pit lane.
Hey guys, so we are here at Yas Marina Circuit, DSBK, this huge superbike event. We have 12 laps and we have 13 races. The race is just about to start. As you can see, all the amazing riders are here. They're giving us a wave. They must be feeling pretty anxious, but they are very experienced international world champion racers. Personally, I'm rooting for Hanan, the female UAE who is racing today, and we wish these guys the best of luck. Yalla. Good luck, guys. Have an awesome race.
Thank you so much, Courtney, there. And looking at the grid, there's a lot of sunshine on all the riders here. One rider, though, in particular, has a lot of shade, so he's the coolest of the lot by the looks of it. And I think that's Tony Garvin looking at it. Yesterday, that's a number 8 on the front of the bike there. Tony Garvin has the most desirable grid slot you could have with all that shade above him. It is a lot warmer than it was yesterday here at the Yas Marina circuit, but things are about to heat up here. For the first time in the UAE, we'll be racing on 2 wheels around the Yas Marina circuit. We won't be using the full Grand Prix circuit configuration. Instead, we're using a much quicker North circuit, and we were dipping into the 113s yesterday with the likes of Simon Reed and Seed Al Salati. So you can see Seed Al Salati on the left-hand side of your pictures on the number 11. A new livery here this weekend for that he will be using. But here, what we have is 3 separate classes. We have the modified, which are the quickest bikes out there. And here we have 4 of them. Johan Gauer, Simon Reed, Sebastian Bursa, and Tom Robson. We also have Seed Al Salati, so it's a total of 6 modified, plus Saskia Totaro. So that actually means we have 7 riders in that category. Then, of course, we have Super Stock. Mohamed Shamsir, a rookie from last season, rejoins the championship with a wealth of experience on his shoulders for IFCM Motortech on the number 39 bike. There is the number 29, by the looks of it. Was that the 39? We just look at. No, it was the 29. That's Sebastian Bursa on the lone Ducati 959 course. A fantastic engine note from that bike. It's an absolute incredible deep grumble, and it's so distinct, the noise it makes. You can hear it from anywhere in the Yas Marina circuit. Wherever you are, if you're on the West Grandstand, the North Grandstand, right here on the pit lane, you can hear that deep grumble of the Ducati 959 course. Of course, we have the Super Stock category. As we said, Mohamed Shamsir, Yuri Nekrasov, Lionel Henry, Manuel Parra, Tony Garvin, Muniab Dugoji. We don't have Fidas Abughanim, which is a real shame. He's always a fantastic character and always great to chat to. He always has this aura around him that he's so happy to be here. He's always excited to see everything that's happening. And of course, we have our rookies, because what would a race series be without up-and-coming talent that are looking to hone their craft in not just the United Arab Emirates, not just in the Middle East, but in around the world, because of course they have the bigger picture picture. They want to be in MotoGP. They want to race in DSBK. They want to race around the world, and they're honing their craft right here in the DSBK Middle East Championship. Dmitry Kuchnov is one to watch out for in the 31, and then he is, of course, Team Green. Hanan Suleiman, like Courtney said before, the sole female rider in the field, and of course representing the United Arab Emirates. So we'll keep a very close eye out on how Hanan is doing. Scott Francis and Khalfan Al-Khabi, both on Yamaha 6s of 22 and 89 respectively, with Khalfan racing for Track Dynamics. But the field will now bunch up onto their grid positions once again, because this will be a standing start, and it looks like Sarah's popped upstairs to join us just before we start this race. And Sarah, this is going to be a fantastic one. We're back with DSBK Middle East, but more importantly, we are racing at the Yas Marina circuit.
I can't wait. And they've got an incredible crowd that's come in for the DSBK. The sound has been incredible. Honestly, I've found a newfound love for bikes this weekend. But yes, this is going to be extremely exciting. They are lining up on the grid now. It looks like the last bikes are coming into place.
Yes, and a very big grid here for the second race of the DSBK Middle East Championship. 5 lights are on, 5 lights go out, and we are racing here for the first time on the Yas Marina circuit. It's a historical moment for the DSBK Middle East Championship, and it's Sidar Saleti who shuts the door immediately on Simon Reed, and it looks like the two trying to cut each other off, because one went the other way, the other went in the opposite direction, and we've got some slow starters. That looks like, is that Tom Robson who's gone slow? Sasuke Totaro scooted up into 3rd position. Tony Garvin has had a fantastic start into the lead of the super stock categories. That shade really helped Anthony Garvin to stay cool, and he's now under pressure on the inside. But what a start from Tony Garvin. Fantastic, from 7th on the track up into the lead of Superstock, ahead of Manuel Parra and Yuri Nekrasov and Tom Robson. Fantastic stuff there as we race our way through this, not the club link, it's called a chicane on the back straight, and it is the only feature that we have in this DSBK Middle East Championship, as Tony Garvin has lost out, but he's going to be fighting back for the top step of the podium in that category. We'll see when they come across the line for the first time who is going to be where. It's interesting to spot them because the numbers are actually quite small in comparison to what we're used to with cars. So we usually go off the colours of the bikes and their wheel colours as well. That way it will really help us detect who is where and exactly who we're looking at. Manuel Parra has retaken the lead in Superstock with Tony Garvin up in a second. He'll be absolutely delighted with that so far. Yuri Nekrasov down into 6th position. Mohamed Shamsir has moved up into 7th. Khalfan Al-Khabi up into 8th. Dmitry Kuchnov 9th. Scott Francis 10. A lot of our rookies actually making their way through the field very quickly, as has Hanan Suleiman down in 14th position on the 71.
I was talking to Hanan this morning. She was a little bit nervous. It's her first race, but she had a great qualifying, and she's had a really good start here. She's already up into 14, so she's made up some places.
But it's a great place to start motorcycle racing here at the Yas Marina circuit. Of course, a historical moment, not just for the championship, but for Hanan herself as well, representing the United Arab Emirates, racing here as a female in one of the most competitive series of motorcycle racing within the region. Sidar Saleti leads by 0.8 of a second, quickest lap time of 1:15.013, but those times are going to come down. But will we see those 1:13s like we did in qualifying? Well, we still have 11 laps to sort that out here. It is purple, though, through sector 1 and 2 for Sidar Saleti, the Qatari, with Simon Reed in 2nd position. There is Tom Robson. Now, sorry, you did tell me yesterday where we did see him go off for the red flag. We saw him standing on the start of the track, but you told me he was A-OK afterwards.
He was. He ended up in the medical centre, but he was doing just fine. He did come down during qualifying, and they did red flag it, so they didn't go back out for the full session.
They did not, because it was 2 red flags that spoiled qualifying yesterday, but we did set up the grid, and it's great to see Tom Robson back in full form and fighting for a podium position. Although he's a little bit further back, he's actually behind Sebastian Bursa, who is on that Ducati 959. Scott Francis, one of our rookies, has now lost out to Khalfan Al-Khabi, who leads that category ahead of Dmitry Kuchnov. Johan Gauss a little bit further back than he'd like to be from our modified, and we've already gone into the 112s. The heat of the track has made it a lot more grippier here for the riders, and it makes it a much more quicker track to go around. And there is one of the Ducatis, the 29, and what a sound it makes. It's absolutely phenomenal to hear that bike roar its way around the Yas Marina circuit.
Yeah, and going round to lap 2 now, we have Saeed Al Salati in the lead, followed by Simon Reed, Sasuke Totaro, and then leading the Superstocks, we've got Manuel Manuel Parra, followed by Tony Garvin, who's chasing him down. Nuri Nekrasov leading, and then our leading rookie is Al Karbi. Close on his heels, or on his back wheel, I should say, is Kruknov and Brusa. They will be chasing him down.
And we just saw Brusa there trying to shut the door on, get close to the back bumper there of Kruknov, but unfortunately he's actually gone through, so he's gone past the rookie. So Dmitry will be following his line now to see where he can pick up the pace. But of course, Dmitry Kruknov did a fantastic job 2 weeks ago to be the leading rookie, and he learned every step of the way. He just consistently got quicker and quicker. The good news for him, though, is he's still in second in the rookies. He just wants Kalfan Makami to be a bit closer to him, so we can have a great battle for the top step of the podium in the rookie category. Munir Abdelgoji moves up into 16th overall. He is 5th in the rookie category, ahead of Mitten on the number 10 bike in 18th overall. Green times all over the place, but for our race leader, a 1:12.583. The Qatari goes quicker again, and he's finding more time around the Yas Marina circuit because he's gone purple through sector 1 and sector 2 with a 26.456 and a 30.565 through that second sector, 2.7 seconds ahead of Simon Reed. It was a great battle yesterday during qualifying, but it looks to be Simon Reed might be biding his time here, waiting, having a good feel for the track just to see where he can catch seed, because the whole time during qualifying it was those two jostling for who will be on pole, who's going to line up on the second row of the grid. But the two of them sorted it out finally. We've got this great battle, the 22, the 71 and 28 all thrown together. That is Scott Francis. Hanan Suleiman is in the thick of things here as well with Fahad Saif Al-Zabi. Good to see him racing out there as well. He had an incident during qualifying.
Yeah, and we've just seen Khrushchev move up past Brusa. He's also in the rookie category. And at the back of the field, we can see a bit of a battle going on. It looks like Al-Zabi has just moved ahead of Hanan Suleiman in the rookie category.
And you can see her there, she's on the right-hand side of your pictures going down towards turn 1, the 71. It's a bit tough with the Moto Rough car riders, to spot, because they all have very similar liveries. It's just the number on the front end. You see some more side-by-side action going down towards the chicane on the back straight. There is Simon Reed, the number 15, the man that currently sits in second overall. Behind him is Saskia Totaro, but he's losing time. 3.4 seconds behind our race leader. There he is, the Qatari, Sidar Salati, one of a handful of riders hailing from the GCC, and it's great to see national talent here in the DSBK Middle East Championship. But it's not just about national talent with DSBK, it's an international stage here. We have riders hailing from Italy, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, India, and many, many more.
Yeah, incredible lineup. We've just seen a warning given to bike 15. That's Simon Reed for track limits.
And that's not something he wants to keep doing, because he will incur a penalty if he keeps doing that, and that's really something that you don't want, especially when you're fighting for a championship here, and you've got someone like Saskia Totaro so close to your back wheel as well. Saskia did a 1:13.989, but he's still 1/6 of a second off of Simon Reed's number 15. Now, I do wonder if Saskia Totaro misses that Ducati that he raced last season all that bit much. I know that I always like to talk to him about it because I'll be honest, I'm a big fan of Ducati. I just love that deep grumble from that V4. It sounds just absolutely phenomenal. But of course, Saskia is very quick on that Kawasaki, and he might show off that Ducati at a later stage in the championship. But for now, he's on his Kawasaki. And Yuri Nekrasov up now into second in Superstock. He moves past Tony Garvin to put himself into 5th position. But I've got to say, Tony Garvin had a fantastic start here at the Yas Marina circuit. He was circulating last time we were racing at the Dubai Drome in third all by his own lonesome, but it looks like over the past 2 weeks he's really put his head down. He's gone into the groove and he's started to figure out that, right, I want a podium, I've got to fight for this, but I don't want to be on the third step of the podium this time. I want to be on the top, or better yet, I want to be second. And he's had a fantastic start here, and he's staying with Yuri Nekrasov as well, and Manuel Parra. And then we have, of course, behind him, Mohamed Shamsir, one of our rookies from last season, the 7th placed rider at the moment in the super stock category. 1:17.312 is his best lap time, and he did a 1:17.676. So he's staying consistent with those lap times, but just losing out a little bit of time to Tony Garvin.
Yeah, and this is the second round of the DSBK Middle Eastern Championship. We've just got 6 laps to go. The next round of this tournament will be on the 23rd of November. We've got 3 categories here: the modified, the super stock, and the rookie. Leading the modified is Al Salati. Leading the super stock is Manuel Parra, who's on 4th overall on the grid, and leading the rookie category is Halfan Al-Harbi, and he is being closely followed by Kruknov.
And I think it's great for Khrushchev as well to have some more rookies for him to sort it out, to hone his craft along with the other rookies and sort of take the fight and have someone to fight with, not just the Superstock and the modified bikes around him. So this is good for Dmitry Khrushchev, who is consistently learning. He's figuring out how he can pick up the pace, where he can be quicker, where to brake a bit earlier compared to where he did maybe on the previous lap. But we're halfway through, and it is Sidar Saleti who leads by 5.3 seconds in the Superstock. As Sarah said, 4.5 seconds is the gap between Manuel Parra and Yuri Nekrasov. In the rookies, though, Karfan Alkabi from Dmitry Khrushchev, it's only a second between them, and Sebastian Burst has gone through, and that's not what Dmitry wants at all. He does not want to have a Ducati 959 Corsa in between himself and his closest rival, so he's going to find a way to get through as quick as he can. As we're looking at Johan Gauwers here, the South African, did very well for himself 2 weeks ago at the Dubai Autodrome, but wants to push more here, and he's under pressure on the outside from the 28 of Fahad Saif Al-Zabi, one of our other local riders here. And then behind them is Scott Francis, but more importantly behind them is Hanan Suleiman, the sole female rider in the category of the rookies and in the field as well, currently circulating in 5th overall on the 71, in 15th, and she's having an absolute blast out there. You can see her just at the tail end of these 3 bikes here as she cuts her way down into turn 5. She leans down as low as she can. It's interesting the angle that she has there. She actually is a lot lower compared to Scott Francis there.
Yeah, and she is just 1.2 seconds behind. She is definitely closing that gap down. It is her first time out and first time out racing on this track. So it's incredible to see her being a part of this field. And hopefully in the future we'll see a lot more female bikers.
We have had female riders here in the DSBK Middle East Championship in previous years. Ekaterina Nazarova is one that comes to mind. She was always one to take the fight to the boys pretty much immediately from the get-go. She was on the podium multiple times throughout her championship campaigns. I know she does still float around the paddock area from time to time. It'd be great to have her back in the championship as well. But I just noticed through the chicane, Hanan was really closing up on Scott Francis there. Almost got him on the inside through the corner, and just in front of her is the battle between Johan Gauwers and Fahad Saif Al-Zabi. Now, Fahad would like to be in front of Johan and Tom because that would bring him closer to Dmitry Khrushchev. But the good news is for Dmitry, he has not 1 but 2 bikes in between himself and his closest rival behind him. So he's currently circling in 2nd, but he'd like to be on the top step of the podium. Fahad looking on the inside, but he's not close enough to make a move through turn 5. He's going to have to try again through the chicane. And of course, with that new area of the track, because we don't use it in the Radical World Finals here this weekend, we're not using it through Pro Car either, this is a different opportunity. We're not seeing a lot of action in this area in the other races because it doesn't exist. But here in the DSBK Middle East Championship, we're seeing a lot of interesting moves happening. A lot of people daring to brake as late as they can. And look at that, Hanan's got through, and I think she did it through the chicane. Fantastic job there from the 71.
Yeah, what an incredible overtake just there. How does it affect the track? I know this is a question, but how does it affect the track that this hasn't been used? There's a lot less rubber down than on other parts of the track.
Of course it does, and what they do is they don't get to utilize the whole back straight. We don't have that corner at turn 6 or 7, so they have to be mindful of where they're braking. They have to brake a lot earlier to what they used to, because with track days, they might not be using this configuration, and a lot of riders might be used to the whole Grand Prix circuit configuration, or better yet, at least that long back straight without a chicane in the middle. So it's an obstacle, and it's something they have to think about extra, because usually they go through turn 5 and they've got quite a bit of time there to figure out, right, I've got to get my braking zone through turn 6, but I've got to brake a bit early, kind of where the sector timing beacon is. But with that chicane being there, they have to brake a lot earlier. Here we are once again, Sidar Saleti carving his way through the field, not being followed by Simon Reed though. Simon has really dropped back. 5.7 seconds is the gap between himself and the race leader. The Qatari though is making very quick work of the rest of the field here. He's up past Munir Abdelgoji, he's gone past Scott Francis, he's past Hanan Suleiman. On the inside he goes through the chicane on Johan Gauwers. I also saw that Fahad Saif Al-Zabi got through on the 28 bike and is now up into 12. So that brings him 1 place closer to Dmitry Khrushchev, but there's a big gap, 19 seconds in 1 lap. I don't think he's going to make it.
Yeah, and I think Tom Robson is closing the gap down on Sebastian Bruce in the modified category. That's in the midfield battle. Do you think he has enough time? He's just got 2 laps to go, or about 1.5 laps to go.
1 lap to go with 1:14 is the quickest lap from Sidar Saleti, but this time around it's a 1:15.904. I don't think he's enough time to catch that rider. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us up here in the commentary box. Look forward to having you back again later on in the second race, later on this afternoon for the DSBK Middle East Championship. But we'll follow Saeed Al-Salati. He, of course, is the man who is looking to make it a perfect start to the race weekend. 2 for 2 at the Dubai Autodrome. He's making it a third here at the Yas Marina circuit. And of course, he will cement his name in the history books. He will be the first man to win a race here around the Yas Marina circuit. What an impressive feat here, because we've never done this in the history of the championship. We've never raced around the Yas Marina circuit. He takes it nice and easy through the chicane, through the right-hander, up through the left-hander, and now we'll use the rest of the back straightaway down towards turn 5, and then he'll take the left-hander through into the final corners. There is Simon Reed, and you can see he's 4.7 seconds back, so he did gather some time, and Khalfan Al-Khabi actually moved past Marvin Shamsir on that lap as well. On the inside looks the number 22, but Scott Francis will lose that position. But for Saeed Al-Salati, he wins here at the Yas Marina circuit by 4.7 seconds. The Qatari does it again. He makes it the perfect start to the weekend. Yesterday on pole, and today an outright victory. Simon Reed will take the second position up. Saskia Totaro will take third. And then who will we have in the super stocks? It should be Manuel Parra. I'm not sure what our timing screen is doing. It's showing Manuel Parra a lot further down, but there he is across the line, and he'll take the win in the super stock category. Yuri Nekrasov will take second, and third overall in the super stocks should be Tony Garvin. After that incredible start he got there, that shade really helped him. In the rookies though, Fahad Saif Al-Zabi takes it from Scott Francis and Hanan Suleiman, but it should be Khalfan Al-Khabi actually in the rookies. So let's wait and see what the timing screen does, because it's not organised correctly. We're waiting for the rookies to come across the line, and it indeed is Khalfan Al-Khabi, and then it is Dmitry Kuchinov with Fahad Saif Al-Zabi taking the third step in the rookie category. What a race it has been, and an amazing achievement, not just for the riders here. For Hanan Suleiman, the first woman to race here around the Yas Marina circuit on 2 wheels. And there you see the sportsmanship between the 11 and 15 competitors off track, and you can see them there congratulating one another on a job well done. Simon Reed there, the 15 on your left. On the right-hand side was Saeed Al-Salati. Of course, they'll be having a quick chat with each other after the race as well. I think that's why Sarah's actually gone down to get a quick word in with our riders here. But what a race it's been, especially for Nasser Saeed here. A fantastic achievement for him. Of course, he is the owner of DSBK. He's the man that came up with this idea for a Middle East Championship, and over the past year he's been really building it up, and it's fantastic that we're here at the Yas Marina circuit, and it's a fantastic day of racing, as it always is with the DSBK Middle East Championship. There you see left-hand side, Simon Reed second in class in the modified, and then in the middle was Sultan Al-Salati. On the far right you see Scott Francis, but now Saskia Totaro pulls into that third position there, because of course a well-deserved trip to the podium again for the Italian rider of Saskia Totaro. And there is Sarah on the grid already, or the pit lane, excuse me, trying to cut the conversation between the Qatari and the British rider. It was Simon Reed and Saeed Al-Salati having a quick chat. Now I wonder which of the two she can get, and it looks like she's going to get a chat there in with the Qatari, so we'll throw it down to Sarah.
Saeed, how was that race for you? What an incredible time out on the track for the first time for the DSBK.
It was amazing. To be honest, it's the first race ever for motorbike here. Everyone was excited. I'm the first one was excited. It was an amazing race. I love the circuit, and it was a really successful event. I want to thank the organizers and everyone, and of course congratulations to my competitors. They did amazing. Simon, I can feel him all the time behind me, and yeah, after like 5 laps, I think I made a good gap, and I said, okay, let me maintain it. So yeah, it was a really nice race, and I'm happy to win. Yeah.
Congratulations, and looking forward to later on today.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, there for the quick word from Saeed Al-Salati. Very happy there with a victory around the Yas Marina circuit. You can hear that the riders are excited about this. But let's talk now to Simon Reed.
Simon, you had Saeed in your sights in the first few laps. What was going through your mind? And then he started pushing away, didn't he?
Yeah, look, I had a good race. I enjoyed it. You know, we've made some progress with the bike from round 1 to round 2, but I think we need to make another wee step to be able to go with Saeed. I think we need a few more horsepower, but at the moment we're enjoying it. I'm enjoying riding around Yas Marina, and yeah, everybody's so friendly. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Are there any small tweaks that you can make ahead of this afternoon that might be able to close that gap down throughout the duration of the whole race?
Yeah, look, you know, I think I've, I rode the bike to the limit there, and you know, that's all I can do. I think we just need more horsepower at the moment. So yeah, look, we'll try and see if we can make some improvements for race 2 and try and just be a little bit closer to Saeed. But yeah, we'll give it a good go.
Congratulations on P2, and we're looking forward this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much there, Sarah, in the pit lane there, talking to race winner and, of course, Simon Reed, who finishes 2nd overall. She's trying to go a bit further back down through Parc Ferme there to see if she can get a word in with the winner from the Super Stock category. All the rookies, there is Saskia Totaro, Simon Reed and Sida Saleti all having a quick chat between the Tony Garver there on the number 8 on his back there. A fantastic ride from him, especially that opening lap. That was a fantastic start. So let's go down to Sarah, who has Hanan with her.
Yeah, I'm with Hanan. It was your first race ever, and I was with you earlier, and you're a little bit nervous. I'd love to hear how you felt out there.
It wasn't easy. I was trying to remind myself to breathe, but it was quite a nice experience.
So you had an overtake. I think it was lap 9 on Scott Francis. What was going through your mind? That was incredible to watch.
Beat him. I was like, he's fast.
Congratulations. It was wonderful to watch you race.
Thank you.
And it's the small things that matter, right? Yes, it was an overtake going through before the chicane, but you see how much that means to Hanan here. A history maker there as the first female rider hailing from the United Arab Emirates to race here around the Yas Marina circuit, and what an achievement it is for her as well to be here this weekend. It's great to have her. It's great to have more female riders in the field as well. As we said before, Ekaterina Nazarova has done this before in the DSBK Middle East Championship, and it's great to see more and more being interested in. Of course, an inspiration now is Hanan as well. A lot of young riders out there who want to get into motorcycle racing will be looking up to her and saying, well, I want to be like her. I saw that move that she did on Scott Francis through the chicane. I want to do the same thing eventually one day. As you can see, some of our super stock riders there all having a quick chat. Right there in the middle is Manuel Henry. And of course, Sarah has Manuel Parra with her.
Manuel, congratulations. You are obviously P1 in your category. Talk us through it. I can see it was very hot out there.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm sweating a lot. Yeah, super fun. Very happy to win the very first race super stock in the truck. I had a poor start as usual, but then I managed immediately to overtake Tony, and then I made a gap, and then I was looking behind, so it was okay. So I was like taking a normal pace. Then I saw Yuri getting a bit too close, so I pushed a little bit more and brought it home.
What do you think it is in the start that you struggle with, and what can you do for this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm rubbish at starts. It's famous. So.
Okay. Well, I hope this afternoon goes a little bit better, and it's wonderful to have you here on the track.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Love the honesty there from Manuel Parra. That's, of course, how Tony Garvin got through. But, of course, no discredit there to Tony Garvin. He did a fantastic job of taking that lead. He took the opportunity and he made it work for him. A fantastic ride from him as well. There is Lionel Henry. There you see the 31, Dmitry Kuchinov, the man who finishes in 2nd in the rookie category. He was very happy with that. And you can see on the right-hand side of him is Yuri Nekrasov as the two have a quick chat between each other about the race. Of course, Dmitry learning from Yuri. Yuri knows the championship very well. He knows a lot of the riders around him, and of course he's giving him his insights of how you can go faster somewhere or brake earlier with the bikes. So you can see Tom Robson there still on his bike in the background. There is the number 10. That is Mitin, who's one of our rookies here. There is that Ducati 959. That I just love the sound of the Ducati there of Sebastian Mursa, who is on that riding that bike. But it's an incredible stand, and of course we'll have the podium presentation shortly, but what we'll do is we will have some highlights from race number 1, the first ever race on 2 wheels around the Yas Marina circuit. What an event it has been. It's been absolutely stunning from yesterday when we did qualifying to today when we had race number 1. We'll have race number 2 later on today. For those of you who are interested in watching, we will have race number 2 for the DSBK Middle East Championship. That will be at 4:55 local time, but pit lane opens at 4:30, so we'll be live around 4:30 here local time in Abu Dhabi for race number 2, where the riders will be having some more fun on the track around the North Circuit. There you see Hanan on the far right. To her left, I can't quite make who that is. I think that's Karfan Akabi there on the left-hand side of her, with the flag of the United Arab Emirates on his right arm there. There is Saskia Totaro. I see Sarah's right next to him there. I think she's trying to get an interview with him if she can. It'd be great to hear from Saskia. He's always a character to meet here in the paddock area, one of a few characters that we have in the paddock area for the DSBK Middle East Championship. Now then, let's check out some highlights here from DSBK Middle East Championship, race number 1.
right, guys, so the race is over, and what a race it was. So we're still here now. You can hear that the riders is still going on. The craziness is still happening. So now what we have been all looking forward to is the podium. This is what I've been looking forward to anyway, because some of my friends have reached top 3. So I'm super excited. We're going to have some interviews, and we're here to represent DSBK in today at Yas Marina Circuit. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me because it's so loud out here, so just bear with me, guys. Ahlan. So we have some very special, important guests with us today, which is an honor to have them here representing DSBK and here at the Yas Marina Circuit. So the riders have had some time to cool down a little bit. They're still looking a little bit sweaty from the race because it is very hot here in the UAE. And we have the amazing founder. We have Nasser, who is a great friend of mine. He's a super motivating, awesome person. So thank you so much for doing this amazing event. Yeah. All right, guys, so let's start off with the rookie category. So in 3rd place, we have Fahad Saif Al-Zaabi. Aywa. So it's really awesome when we have a rookie come and place on the podium. What an amazing feeling, especially to be from the UAE. All right, guys, so in 2nd place of the rookie category, we have Dmitry Krichnov. Congratulations.
Thank you. Please, thank you.
I do that. And in 1st place, oh my goodness, what a great feeling for the rookie category. We have Halfan Al-Habi. Mashallah, mabruk. Congratulations. So here to award these amazing rookies. For 3rd place, we have Sunny Bakhtar. Sunny Bakhtar. Sorry. Sunny Bakhtar is going to give the award for the awesome 3rd place. And what an honor, awesome to have Sunny with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What an amazing sight to see these awesome, amazing riders together here on the podium. Our multinational riders. That's what's amazing about the UAE. It's very multicultural, and this is such a great opportunity. We have Mr. Nasser here, the founder of DSBK. All right, so for 2nd place, we have Sheikh Fazil. Let's welcome Sheikh Fazil to give 2nd place award. Very stylish, looking awesome. Thank you so much. Looking so good. So it's such a beautiful day here in the UAE, which just got even more beautiful with these rookie riders. I'm sure with any sport, any competition, being a new rider or a rookie, it must be such an amazing feeling to place the podium here at Yas Marina Circuit. All right, so last but definitely not least, for 1st place, we have Adil Al-Jabri, Director of VIP Protection, to award to our #1 Fahad. Thank you so much. Thank you. So in first place, well deserved, we have Halfan Al-Habi. Can we have a round of applause, please, from our audience? So we'll just let the riders take some pictures. The award looks super cool. We have the DSBK founder, we have Nasser. Guys, can we hear it one last time? One last time for the rookie riders. I want a bigger, louder.
Thank you guys.
All right, I think we got those final pictures. So we're gonna start moving on to the next category. So the next category is gonna be the modified category. So some of these riders, you've definitely seen them before. Some familiar faces, some awesome riders. Congratulations, awesome. All right, so in the modified category, in third place, and we've definitely seen this rider before. He's always smiling, he has a great energy. You've definitely seen this rider before. He's always smiling, he has a great energy. So in third place for super stock, it's Tony Garvin. Woo! He's still smiling. I think the whole 12 laps he was smiling. He has a great energy, and that's what we like to see. Amazing job, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Who am I coming here?
And then we have in second place, I hope I say this name correctly, is Yuri Nekrazov. Yuri Nekrazov. Woo! Oh, he's quite popular. Congratulations, very good. So to be honest, guys, these super stock races, they were really, really good this year. Hopefully next year we'll see them in the modified. So now, big, big noise for this awesome, awesome guy. We have Manuel Para. Woo! Congratulations, so good. Yeah, number one. Number one in case you don't know. Yes. So it's always a great sight to see these huge smiles after the race. This is what they've been working hard for. This is what they've been practicing for. And now they are here on race day. They're smiling and they're on the podium. All right, so to present these amazing awards from DSBK, in third place, we have Melvin Mackey. Thank you so much, Melvin, for being here today to present the awards. So I think we're going to keep the Sheikh very busy today. So for the second place, we're going to use Mr. Sheikh Fazil to award the prize. Especially if you are a fan of motorsport, it's such a great opportunity to present these amazing awards. And then for our awesome first place, we're going to bring Adil Al-Jabri, Director of VIP Protection. So we have some big names with us here today, guys. Some awesome companies, some amazing sponsors. So big shout out to our sponsors. And thank you again, Adil Al-Jabri, for being a part of this. Guys, an even louder clap for these awesome races. We'll just let the athletes take a few pictures. So I hope that this has inspired especially some of the rookies to come and ride here at DSBK. So some of the racers are not actually used to the UAE weather. So awesome respect. These suits, they're so heavy and it's so hot while racing in the suits. And they still managed to place on the podium. All right, so now the biggest part of the day, the part that we've all been waiting for. It's the modified. Thank you so much, guys. Amazing job. All right, so last but definitely not least. So in third place, I've met Sakska before. Always, again, amazing energy, really good racer. And what I like about Sakska is he's super friendly. He's always checking in with the other racers. They have a good relationship. So guys, it gives me great pleasure. In third place, we have Saska Tatoro. He's pretty famous, this guy. Amazing job. Congratulations. Nice to see you. Oh, I heard that. So apparently Saska is a bit of a favorite around here. Really great competitor. There we go with the DSBK hat, looking awesome. All right, guys, so you will definitely know this rider. Super famous, all the way from the UK. It's Simon Reed. Woo! Congratulations. How are you? I can imagine. I think he deserves another medal for wearing this suit in this heat, guys. He's not used to this temperature. Really good job, Simon. We'll just get the DSBK hat on, and then we have a huge introduction, guys. So when I came here today and I saw that this rider was going to be racing, I felt excited because he always puts on such an awesome show. When I think of speed, I think of Saeed. So I want to say a huge congratulations to our first place winner in the modified. It's Saeed Al-Salati. Louder, guys. First place. Mashallah. Congratulations. I'm sure when the other racers, they know that Saeed is racing, they feel a little bit nervous. There he is in his original first place. All right, so last time, guys, to announce these amazing, amazing races, we're going to introduce for Sakska, third place, we have Yusuf Mohammed from VME. Oh, it's my friend. You're awesome, amazing. The sportsmanship here is amazing. Super, super friendly, amazing people. So in second place today we have Simon, and to offer the award today we have the one, the only, it's Salman Yusuf Khan. He has to get a big introduction. You're amazing, yes.
Amazing,
So we know that Salman has a super busy schedule, so thank you so much for being here, Salman. And then last but definitely not least, for the first place to give the award today, we have Khalid Al-Balushi from NABD. Thank you. Thank you so much. Woo! What a sight, guys. All right, so let's have a round of applause. One huge round of applause for our first, second, and third modified winners.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the podium presentation there for the first ever race here for motorcycles on the Yas Marina circuit for the DSBK Middle East Championship. What a race it's been. Well done, Saskia Totaro there with a well-deserved third place, to Saeed Astalati for the win, and Simon Reed as well in second. But before we go, I just want to have a quick word with Nasser here. Nasser, what a monumentous occasion this has been. The first time ever for racing on two wheels around the Yas Marina circuit. You must be so happy about it.
What more I can ask for? I'm super, super happy, and I'm so glad that, Yas Marina have given me an opportunity. It's not only for me, to my riders who is racing in the country, and they got the opportunity to race in Yas Marina. I'm so glad. Thank you so much, Yas Marina, and the crowd here who is looking for it. Guys, have you enjoyed? I hope you enjoyed, and looking forward for the second race. And thanks for all the guys who are here. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Nasser, there. Of course, it's been a wonderful day of racing here. Race 2 will take place later on today, but for now, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you for Race 2 of the DSBK Middle East Championship.
Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Radical World Finals presented by Kinetic 7, live from Yas Marina Circuit in the United Arab Emirates. Of course, we just saw a few highlights from this morning's race, and now it's time for the winner-takes-all final. Thank you to our partners, Kinetic 7, Hankook, HRX, Omologato, and of course, our hosting partner, Golf Sport. So far, it's been a clean sweep for Alim Gashev in the Platinum class. Oscar Joyce and Greg Gorski have shared the other steps of the podium. 3 different winners in Pro 1500. Usaman Magal, Ian Aguilera and Jack Yang taking the final heat race win, while Jordan Missick has been the only other name to grace the podium. And in Pro 1340, it's been an all-Canadian affair. The order for all 3 heats has been Robert Burgess from Eric Andrews and John Hughes. 30 minutes will now determine who will become champion. 32 drivers, 16 nations, 12 teams. It's time for the 2024 Radical World Finals presented by Kinetic 7. I'm Tom Drewer and we'll be joined by Sarah Esser. Chris Milbourne is also with us. He should be down on the grid shortly. As you can see, the cars are rolling out of pit lane and making their way to the grid. Of course, the famed circuit here hosts the Formula One Grand Prix, and that will be in just a few weeks' time. But right now, all eyes are on the Radical World Finals. Just over 5 kilometers in length, 16 turns, and a fantastic circuit. All the drivers from all around the world saying that they have been thoroughly impressed, not only with the circuit, but everything else that the United Arab Emirates has had to offer this week. It's been a long one, plenty of track time for drivers, both local and from afar, to come to grips with the cars and with the circuit. Qualifying was strong, although a couple of red flags involved in that one. 3 heat races, the final this morning involving a mandatory pit stop, and that slightly longer race distance was certainly something that changed the complexion of a race for a few drivers. But now it's a 30-minute sprint to determine the world champions in radical competition in 3 classes. Platinum featuring the SR10 machine, the Pro 1500, just like we're seeing on screen there, an SR3 platform with a 1500cc engine, and Pro 1340, again the SR3 with a 1340cc engine. Those power units, motorcycle derived, completely rebuilt in Peterborough, England by Radical. And for that matter, the SR10 featuring a Ford EcoBoost derived engine, again completely rebuilt. Impressive machines, high downforce, as you can see, big rear wings, big rear diffusers, a big front splitter as well, plenty of downforce, plenty of power from relatively diminutive equipment. The teams and drivers getting prepared on the grid. And we will take you through that grid in just a moment. As that man there, Alim Geshev, what a star he has been in the in that platinum class, and I believe he's donned a special tribute helmet for this final event. We can see there some gold on top of his lid. But again, we will go down to the grid for a chat with some of the drivers and Chris Milbourne in just a moment. As you can see, more drivers making their way to the grid, and a few friends and family and fans as well. Looks to me like we're back on board one of the Valor cars, and we'll try and pick up who that is for the final. Of course, Valor from England have been doing a tremendous job this weekend. A number of drivers up the pointy end of the field. And and very impressive. So now it's time to go down to the grid, and Chris Milbourne, I believe you're down there.
Tom. It's an exciting here, the grand finale of the Radical World Finals. Martin, you know a lot of this field here. You've been a very busy man. We try to talk to you about this. This is the biggest grid of radicals we've ever had here. How do you feel about seeing this?
Yeah, I would say relief. It's probably the first thing. Finally, it's been a really busy couple of weeks and months, but to see the cars and the teams, everyone here made a massive effort. it's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I know we were speaking about it a couple of months ago when we wrapped up the Golf Radical Cup for 23 and 24. You were very excited about it, and now it's actually happened. We're here at Heat Race 4, and what's really a surprise to me is our talented drivers from the UAE are showing the world just how good they are.
That's what we were hoping. We were saying to the guys before the event, we want one of our guys, not even from our team or wherever it is, someone from the Golf Radical Cup up there kind of showing the way around, and Aleem is doing that brilliantly with Usman just there in the SR3 class and Ian obviously. So yeah, it's a challenge for everyone, but we wanted these guys to show it, and I think they are. So.
Well, it's a fantastic event, Martin. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you've got stuff to do here, but why don't we stay down on the grid here and see what else we can see around here? Because what we have here is what we just said here. Aleem Geshev is on pole position there in the 77 in the SR10, but then to his right is his 1500 counterpart, which is a Pro 1500, and of course, one of our series regulars in the Golf Radical Cup. Now, what we haven't done here is we haven't spoken really much to Aleem Geshev very often, and I can see he's getting a nice blast of cool air in front of him in his face, just to keep him cool. Aleem, you've already got 3 race victories. Is this going to be number 4? And more importantly, what has your son said about race number 4?
No one knows how it was, but of course I'll put everything for this race in particular. And the grid is amazing, and people are here is strong, competitors are strong. A lot of drama this weekend, and hope for everybody who racing here. The race will be safe, and everybody will bring their car to a finish.
Well, of course, you're one of the stars of the Golf Radical Cup, and you're now the star of the Radical World Finals. 3 races from 3 so far, a 4th one in your grasp. How much confidence have you got now going into a couple of weeks when we go back to Radical Racing here, right here in the UAE?
For sure, I will miss this event.
Well, we look forward to that, Aleem. Get ready. Let's see you on the podium once again. Will you make it 4 for 4? Let's go on to the other side. Let's grab a word in with pole sitter for Pro 1500. Of course, it's Ian Aguilera, one of our 3 winners in the Pro 1500 category. We've got just enough time to have a quick word with Ian Aguilera. It's been a fantastic race. You and Usman, Christian Brooks, and a number of others, Seb Murray and everything like that. You guys have had some thrilling battles. Are we going to see the same here in Heat Race 4?
Yeah, hopefully we can see some great battles. It's been a tough weekend. A lot of really quick drivers out here, so it'll be good to see what happens. Hopefully we can come out on top, but see how it goes.
I like how you said it was a tough race weekend, but you've always been up there in the sharp end of the field. What's in store here? Because I think this is the furthest up the order you've started the whole weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the front row this time. Hopefully we can get a bit of a gap to turn 1 to my other competitors, and then manage the gap throughout the whole race. That would be the ideal scenario, but let's see how it goes, and we'll just have to manage. Well,
all the best, Ian. We hope to see you back in the Golf Radical Cup, because Ian is the quickest driver we have in the championship. But I think with this added confidence boost that Aleem Geshev has, it's going to be a very interesting race here. Of course, the grid is filled up. 32 of the best Radical drivers across the globe have descended here to the Yas Marina circuit for one final race. We've had 3 epic races, 2 25-minute races, a 45-minute enduro featuring a mandatory pit stop, and now the final 30 minutes, the curtain call. But who will it be? Who will be walking away with the biggest award of them all? Who will be crowned the Radical World Final? Well, that's it from the grid. Why don't we throw it back up to Tom Drewer, who's up in the comms box?
Yes, well, speaking of grid, let's take you through that right now. So I've just had word that right at the back of the grid, it may be that Jahid Karim will not take part in this race. Certainly alongside him, Julian Monet will start from row 16. Rick Parrish, our sponsor, thank you very much, Rick, in Kinetic 7. He'll start from row 15 alongside Marcel Kopp. Jacopo Facioni will start from 28th on the grid. Alongside him, Lee Jackson. Alexander Novikov will start from row 13 alongside Joel Strider. George Harding will start from 24th on the grid alongside Johnny Kazoom, who's certainly provided plenty of action this weekend. Banksy will start from position 22 on the grid alongside John Hughes in one of the 1340 machines. From 20th on the grid, it's Amir Faizulan. He'll start from row 10 alongside Ibi Hadid. Rob Greenwood, who's carrying one of our onboard cameras, he'll start from 18th. And in 17th, it's Eric Andrews. Fujinami will start from row 8 alongside Andy Lowe. Sebastian Murray, one to watch for certainly in this race. He'll start from 14th on the grid. And next to Jordan Missig from row 7. And again, watch out for the 48 charging hard in this one. Suelio Almeida, the 333, another one to look out for in Pro 1500. He'll start from row 6 alongside Robert Burgess, who is our pole sitter in Pro 1340. The order a little bit mixed up, if you like, because of the way that the points have set the grid for this World Final. So look out for some action as we start this one. Chris Preen will start from row 5. Saidal Mori will be from position 9 next to Chris. And then from row 4 on the grid, Usmain Magal will start alongside David Evans. From 6, it's Jack Yang, who took that final win in Pro 1500 this morning, the final heat race win, I should say. Christian Brooks will be 5th on the grid. Greg Gorski will be one to watch, certainly in car 24. He'll start from row 2 alongside Oscar Joyce, and they've been battling hard all weekend long, particularly for 2nd and 3rd in Platinum class. Ian Aguilera has put together a pretty perfect point score in terms of Pro 1500. He starts on the 1500 pole from 2nd on the grid, and our pole man who will lead this field to the green, it's Alim Gashev, someone who has, well, he's had a perfect weekend so far, put it on the pole, 3 race wins. In fact, the only other person that can say that this weekend is Canadian Robert Burgess. So everyone getting away from the grid, it would appear, and starting the formation lap. And good to see everyone away from the grid. The nerves are certainly rising down in pit lane. In the stands, and I've got to say, up in the commentary booth as well, Chris, this is a big one.
It is the final race. It is race number 4. It's all come down to this, Tom. We've had 3 magnificent races, 2 25-minute races, plus a 45-minute enduro earlier today. It was hot this morning. It's still just as hot this morning as it is in the morning this afternoon. It's a little bit cooler there. The heat is definitely emanating within the drivers and the pit garages as well. It's interesting what you said there about Yahya Khadim not starting, or at least at the tail end of the field there in the 32. I was talking to Usman Magal. He's got a new front splitter on his car because he was struggling with balance before. So him and Rick Parrish have swapped the front splitters on their cars. So Usman was showing us that earlier before. I do really like the fact that we have a Pro 1500 car on the front row of the grid in Ian Aguilera. Speaking to him, he said it's been a very tough race weekend for him. He's always been at the forefront. He has been the one to vie for the top step of the podium in all 3 races we've had so far. If that's a tough race weekend, I don't want to know what's an extremely hard race weekend for him.
Well, I tell you what, it is going to be interesting because those really the first 4 rows of the grid are a bit mixed. So we've got a Platinum class car and a Pro 1500, as you mentioned, on row 1. We've got 2 Platinum class cars on row 2. Then we've got a couple of Pro 1500s on row 3 and 4. I think the big question will be is how does Greg Gorski deal with Ian Aguilera? Maybe not through turn 1. I suspect the 17 will be extremely quick, using all of that beautiful balance of the SR3 machine as we go through turn 1. But at some point, Gorski is going to try and get up with Joyce and Gashev. We'll see if Joyce can stay under the gearbox of the 77 and perhaps, you know, slot himself into second off the start. I'm really looking forward to seeing what row 7 will do. Jordan Missig, Sebastian Murray have both shown extreme pace throughout the weekend, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them leapfrog. We certainly saw a fantastic start a little bit further back. I think that was Sebastian Murray in race 3, and I know that Jordan Missig has been studying some video of the starts just to see what he can glean, what he can learn from what's happened already this weekend. The Graham Rahal Performance team has also found a couple of things wrong with that car, rectified that, so that's good news. Again, we go under this stunning views and the site of the W Hotel that will play host to our awards banquet this evening. We'll be right up on the top on the wet deck, and I'm looking forward to celebrating what has been a tremendous week of racing here for the Radical World Finals. As you can see, the pace car has come off the circuit to release these drivers. We're now under the control of Alim Geshev. This has been an extremely slow pace that Alim has taken the field around to the green. So Chris, I'll let you do the honors here. 30 minutes.
32 cars. Who will it be at the end? Who will be the one to take the checkered flag? Who will be standing atop the wet deck with the trophy in hand? Well, we have 30 minutes to sort that out. Here we go. Greg Gorski's got a very interesting line there in the middle of the pack, but we are racing here at the Yas Marina circuit for one final time here in the Radical World Finals. This is the finals. Ian Aguilera's already lost positions, and he's trying to keep Christian Books behind him. But did you see Usman Nagar go all the way around the outside?
Yeah, and it was a really tight battle between Greg Gorski and Oscar Joyce, with absolute carnage at the back. A huge crash involving numerous cars. The yellow flags are out. Undoubtedly, the safety car will come out as well, because that's absolute disaster.
And that is Johnny Kazoom by the looks of it.
Yeah, Johnny Kazoom.
And his weekend has gone from bad to worse.
The 27 of David Evans has also been involved. The 6, that's one of the Canadians, that's Eric Andrews. So the medical car is down on the scene. The SR8 is also involved. So that's the 87.
And there is another car off to the far right. It's a British driver, but who is that? Is that, say, 25 on the side of the car? I can't quite catch it.
A red flag has come out.
And that is a very good call. There's a lot of good race cars out.
So I think that'll mean we'll get a complete restart. Not sure how that will work in terms of the day here at Yas Marina. Obviously, the Radical World Finals, the big event. And the emergency crews just getting out. You can see a couple of drivers already standing here. So here we have it. There's already a fair bit of commotion with a number of drivers running wide. Johnny Kazoom seems to get in the side of someone else. The curbs are extremely proud of the track surface.
I think that's the one of the dream racing cars, actually. You saw him bouncing around on the rumble strips. That's not where a car is supposed to be, and that really unsettled the car, pushing him and bouncing him off the outside.
So Kazoom was a later victim of all of that. But
he unfortunately was just a passenger in all of that and got caught up towards the tail end of the field. But that car in the middle should not have been there on those rumble strips. That was a very bad move.
Well, unfortunately, you know, at the start of a race, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wide, they were spread out going into turn 1, and
And there is Johnny Kazoom there on the right-hand side, which is great to see. We see a number of other drivers. The medical crew there talking to the driver of the 27 at the moment. The 27 is Tom. I can't see it on our
that is David Evans, unfortunately. He started 7th on the grid, so that's disaster for him. But to get back to those curbs, you know, on the track walk earlier this week, it was very noticeable how proud the jagged edges are. And the trouble is there's a little drainage ditch off the 2 sets of curbs before you get into the runoff proper, and that also has a very big ramp on it. So with these low cars, you know, unlike a GT car, the cars run only 40 millimeters off the ground, and therefore it's very easy for them to bottom out as they hit the curbs, and I think that's what just happened. I mean, I really don't blame any driver in that situation. First lap incidents can and will happen, as we know in motorsport, and unfortunately just a lot of cars surrounding the incident there, which, you know, someone by themselves might have got out of shape and lived to fight another day. Unfortunately, at a race start, that wasn't to be.
And that was not something we wanted to have either here. It's not something we wanted to have. It's not something we wanted to see at the beginning here. Here we're on board with Rob Greenwood in the 47, a little bit further back through the field. But a very unfortunate way to start the World Finals. Of course, everyone's kind of playing for one thing in mind here. They want to be the Radical World Final winner.
We know that, sorry, I was just going to say, we know Jordan Missick got through that. And that was, you know, the Dream Racing you mentioned. So there's 3 or 4 cars out there with an orange livery. So I'm not sure quite who was involved initially. It could have been Missick's car, though we didn't see any tyre marks on the side of that car. So the red flag is out. The safety car is in front of the field. Everyone will start lining back up on the grid. I think it's going to take a little while. Obviously a full reset here, and race control will have to go through the grid order, determine how we're going to restart this race. So bear with us, folks, because there's a little bit of a few things to sort out. And as you can see, just the cars returning to the grid. So the heart rate, no doubt, will be even higher within the cars. The red mist did come through on the start of that one. No surprises, perhaps, in a winner-takes-all final. But good news is all those drivers okay. So there we have Joel Strider in the 99. Stunning livery on that brand new SR3 XXR.
And we saw a different Joel Strider in the third heat race there. We don't usually see him being that aggressive. He did have that spin through this one here.
So, yeah, we can see there that Evans is okay. Again, just an abundance of caution from the medical team there. But David Evans out on the side of the car, and good to see he's got out on his own accord. Number of cars involved. We'd mentioned that it looked like the 87 Saeed Al-Mouri was involved in that one. A couple of drivers being ferried back from the incident in turn 1.
But it was a very interesting start there. We saw Greg Gorski was already out of line at the beginning, and we saw another driver do this in the first race earlier today, this morning, heat race number 3. I'm not sure what the stewards are agreeing with this, because surely Greg Gorski is out of line there. He's getting an advantage. He shouldn't be in the middle of the track. He should be in his position. Maybe it's a strategy so he can find a way past Ian Aguilera, but I do think the stewards need to look at that, because he is out of position.
Yeah, I mean, he's side by side, though, and it's 2 by 2, and I mean, the challenge is, and I'm trying to recall back to the driver's briefing, whether they, you know, fundamentally mentioned anything about how they wanted people to line up. Certainly, whether it was Greg doing it from the get-go or just the general consensus of the field, if you like, coming to the start of the World Finals, a lot of people seem to be a little bit displaced. There was quite a bit of jockeying for position. And I think from Greg's perspective, he was just probably conscious of the fact that he had a Pro 1500 in front and was probably expecting the SR10 power to mean that he would rocket up the side and possibly past Ian Aguilera. Of course, in the end, he was side by side with Oscar Joyce as they came through turn 1. So... yeah, definitely. Definitely just a lot of commotion at the start of that one. And again, you know, when it comes down to the wire, a big race like this, obviously drivers have spent a lot of time and effort, not to mention money, to get here at the World Finals, to compete at the highest level in radical racing. We've seen 3 very, very clean races, to be honest. And, you know, this is motorsport. It does happen. And a little bit too much action, perhaps, in turn 1 for this final. But the good news is we've got a red flag, so whilst, you know, the day ticks on, the clock in terms of the race doesn't. We'll wait and see what race control offers up in terms of whether it will be a full 30 minutes, whether they will reduce the number of laps or the time that the race will will take.
So you can see that everyone's kind of formed in a line except Ian Aguilera. I don't think he could figure out where he should be. Should he have been on the right-hand side or should he be on the left? You could just see him poking out behind the wheel of the safety car there. You can see the Mexican flag on the end of his spoiler there.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a lot of resetting because it looks like Ian Aguilera actually went through Sector 1 in the outright lead. So, you know, I think everyone just backing off at different moments. Obviously, it's all a bit of a moot point. So, you know, perhaps we'll get a couple of views of the restart and just leading up and through into the, if you like, the start of that incident, just to see if we can see how that unfolded. But as you can see, Marshall's down on the grid, and here we go. That the shuffle will commence now with all of these cars.
And of course, all the officials there and the marshals. I think it would be a good call if we were to do just a full restart and we just have those empty grid positions for there. Because technically we didn't kind of go through Sector 1. It happened before because Sector 1 starts at Turn 4.
Yes.
And there were a lot of cars there because you see now Ian Aguilera is actually being told to go somewhere where Oscar Joyce is. Oscar is the car on our left-hand side there, the number 95. The 17 was the pole sitter in 1500 and is being moved into second grid position there. So I think they're going to put them in the same order that they should have started this race.
Yeah, it does. It's a good catch by your eye, Chris, because it does appear that they're doing that. Yeah, the 77's on the pole. Alim Gashev once again. Oscar Joyce is being slotted back into third. So I suspect there's going to be a few gaps in this grid.
And it will be. And look, the start that Usman Magal got as well on that 21 car with that new splitter on the front end. He started in 8th place, and we saw him go around the outside through Turn 1. It was a mega start from the Pakistani driver, and he always does this to the Yas Marina circuit, and he never tells me about it as well. We always talk about how quick Usman is during the Gulf Radical Cup, how fast he is on the opening corners, especially when there's a lot on the line, and he knows exactly what's on the line. That was a mega start, and I wonder if he could do the same thing again. And you could see that he was in that 3rd position behind Alim Gashev. What a way to start that race, Usman.
Well, and Jack Yang also eclipsed Christian Brooks in that opening corner as well. So Jack Yang got a good start in the 33. I mean, there's so many drivers in Pro 1500 that could genuinely win this thing. And you can see just a couple of team members coming out onto the grid as well. Hopefully we'll get as many bodies out there as possible because it's going to take a little bit of time just to push everyone around.
And it will take some time here. You can see the shuffling taking place. The drivers, there's Marcel Kopp, the German who made his debut in the Gulf Radical Cup 2 weeks ago. He is with Dream Racing. Spoke to Sean Simpson earlier today. I know that he's taken an advisory role there within the team, and as much as he'd like to be back behind the wheel, I think with the Radical World Finals taking place, I think he'd like to be a part of this action as well. There is Marshall probably talking to Usman Magal, and Usman's probably like, no, I want to stay here. That was my start. That's what I want to stay in 3rd position. I've got a title to win here, don't I? And of course, for our guys here that are racing in the Gulf Radical Cup, we'll be racing again in a couple of weeks' time back at the Dubai Autodrome. For them, this is going to be a massive confidence boost here because, of course, they all do race together. They're all here with the World Finals, but are giving them that extra edge over the rest of the competition from drivers from around the world. It's going to put them in a completely different frame of mind, and they'll have that extra boost to them when it comes down to the Gulf Radical Cup. We've only just started the championship, and Ian Aguilera has been the star of it, who is on the left-hand side of our pictures here right now in that 17, and as is Alim Gashev as well on the right-hand side.
So there is going to be quite some time before we go green again. You can see a number of drivers just getting out. Obviously, it's quite hot here this week, and drivers just commiserating, having a bit of a chat about what went on during that melee at the start. You can see quite a bit of gesticulating and gesturing going on back there. But this is all going to have to be reset. And of course, the likes of Alim Gashev, Oscar Joyce, Greg Gorski will be a little frustrated, I suspect, that the race will get restarted. As you mentioned, Ian Aguilera there will also be, because he got a stellar start in the Pro 1500 car.
And it's interesting, you just saw Rick Parrish there walking towards the start-finish line there after parking his car in his grid position. Let's have a quick look at how this race started here, and that great start from Greg Gorski and Usman Magal. So those are the replay, or that was the replay of the race start there. And Tom, I've got to be honest, that was a bit of a messy start there. There's a lot of drivers out of position from that angle. Not just Greg Gorski, there was a number of drivers further back through the field. And what was also interesting is you were technically right about something. We actually did get a couple of cars through Sector 1 before the safety car was brought out, because we were riding on board there in the replay with Greenwood, and you saw him go through the Sector 1 timing beacon before the safety car board came out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that means, though, now, to be honest. But we did see, I think we did pick up that sort of drama happened back around about Jordan Missig. And a couple of the cars around him, I think Fujinami was involved in that as well. But look, again, to me, it's just all a bit of a turn one incident. 32 cars barreling down into a fast, corner where you have to grit your teeth and really be committed, cold tyres. So at the end of the day, you kind of expect eventually something like this may happen. Obviously don't want to see it happen, but I think the good news is that we've been able to red flag the race. A great call by the race director. He understands what's on the line for this event and this race. 30 minutes to determine a world champion in 3 classes. And great to see lots of friends and family joining us this weekend. And, it has been just a tremendous atmosphere here all week long at Yas Marina. And for that matter, in the UAE, my first time in this neck of the woods, and I must say I'm just absolutely impressed. Everything, I've been trying to describe what it's like to people, and my sort of answer is it's Las Vegas on steroids in terms of the structures, the beautiful buildings, the infrastructure. Everything is bigger than Ben-Hur. It's a very, very impressive place.
Well, as someone who grew up here, I've been here now for 30 years, it still impresses me every time I drive down here to this incredible circuit, the home of course, Formula One in the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi, the Yas Marina circuit. I can tell you when I was growing up here, where we are right now, even this commentary box, the ground underneath us did not exist. This was nothing. And over the past 20 plus years, the UAE as a whole, whether it be Abu Dhabi and Dubai, Sharjah and the rest of the Emirates, they've done an incredible job to build one of the mega cities. And there is the Alex Nochikov fan club, the number 8 car, who's had a fantastic weekend, at least today, maybe not yesterday.
I'm glad you did mention the fan club, because they did spend some time trying to get our attention. And it's great to see the passion and again, all the family members out here. Lots of people making the journey over from the UK, from the USA, from Canada. Big nights of family-style dinners. And there they go again.
I think Alex Nochikov has one of the biggest fan bases here this weekend. Of course, birthday yesterday. Not everything went the way he would have liked to have gone. But in the race earlier today, he was carving his way through the field, almost made it up into the top 15. I think what he'd like to be here is he'd like to be a little bit further up and possibly on a podium as well. It's interesting to note that he only started in the Gulf Radical Cup 2 weeks ago, where he's been racing with some of our guys who've been doing this for well over half a decade. And his speed and his pace so far, not just in this weekend, but in the Gulf Radical Cup, it has been a fantastic sight to watch Alexander Nochikov race his way through the pack like that. He had engine issues yesterday. The team did a fabulous job to get that car up and running again, and here he is once again with that support, and I really think that is helping him so much.
There's just so many stories throughout this field, and that's what I love about a World Finals event like that. You know, we've just actually, hopefully we can cross down to Sarah. I think she's got a couple of drivers here that we can just get a perspective of that start.
Yes, I'm down here on the grid. Can you tell us from your perspective what happened on that start? It was quite an eventful start on turn 1.
Yeah, it was hard because I had the SR10s behind me, so they blocked me a little bit into turn 1. And then I had Usman on my outside, and I think it was Christian on my inside. So I was like a bit in the middle, but managed to get the positions back. And then there was a bit of contact, which made I had a bit of a moment and lost a few positions. But we got the restart again, and hopefully this time it works out.
Have you had a look at your car to see if there's much damage?
No, car's fine. There's no damage on it, so we're all good.
And how do you feel about the restart? Do you feel okay?
Yeah, I think it was good to have restart, like a start beforehand, and now I know what to expect, so I think I'll react different this time and do different things too, so yeah.
Thanks so much, Ian.
No worries, thank you.
That was Ian Aguilera, the pole sitter in Pro 1500, and a great start from him, but the one man that he said he had a close eye on was Usman Magal, and that was a mega start from him. Seriously, I saw on the replay he was going right, he was going left, he was finding any opportunity to find a way through. He did make it through, but he's going to have to try again with his fresh set of rubbers. Interesting enough, he did heat race 3, was on used tyres, but let's go back down to Sarah, who is on the grid.
Yes, I'm down here with Greg, and he's going to talk us through what happened at the start from his perspective. You were at the front, so what does it look like in your rear view mirrors?
God, well, there was absolute chaos back there. I saw dust, smoke, fire, blood. It was terrible. No, I was too far ahead. I didn't see anything that happened down there. I'm just hoping that everybody's okay and everyone walked away.
It's looking like the drivers are okay so far. We haven't had full report on all of them, but it looks like they're okay. How do you feel about the restart?
God, the restart is going to be great. We're exactly in the same spot as we were in the start, and it's going to be fast and furious.
Good luck for when we get started again.
All right, thank you very much.
Greg Gorski, always a character from the USA. He spends a lot of time at Spring Mountain Country Club, as many of the US competitors start their motor racing careers at country clubs like Spring Mountain and work their way up into the National Radical Cup North America Series. Long-time competitor. We've mentioned he's done a number of events over here, whether that's been in the Creventex Series or in the Gulf Radical Cup. But I think Sarah's got another driver for a bit of an interview down on the grid.
Yes, I'm down here with Oscar. Can you talk us through, from your perspective, what happened at that start? It was quite eventful.
Unfortunately, I didn't see what happened behind us, but at the start, I know that Greg almost got me off a jump, but after that, I got back past, going down into turn 5, and then safety car. That's all I saw from my perspective, so I hope whoever's involved is all okay.
Yeah, they are doing all okay. So what are your plan on the restart? I guess there's a few less cars, but they're all kind of behind you.
Yeah, a few less cars behind. I just think try and do the same again, stay in second, and then apply some pressure and see what happens. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah, down there on the pit lane. And we've just got news that the formation lap will restart at 4:10 local time here in the UAE. I saw some of the drivers getting their helmets back on. I would love to get a word in with Usman Magal if we can and get him to talk us through what exactly was going through his mind when he got off the line, because he was all over the place trying to track down Ian Aguilera and get past him as soon as he could.
Yeah, absolutely, and we mentioned that Jack Yang has got a great start, getting in front of Christian Brooks into the first turn. But a number of drivers have, and I think we've got another one. Sarah, who have you got there?
I haven't seen much besides that.
Can you just give us a few words of what's going through your mind ahead of the restart?
Yeah, I had a great start actually. I made up around 4 or 5 positions. I'm not even...
You need to jump in now.
Okay.
He's got to run now to jump back in the car, which means we are getting ready for a restart very, very shortly. So back up to you in the comms.
And that was Marcel Kopp shared a quick word. It would be great to see him actually there and being taken away very quickly as well.
Diligent crew member, but his first season of Radical. In fact, he only started testing in June, would you believe? He's done a lot of supercar experience. But Marcel Kopp from Germany, really enjoying his first year of Radical competition.
He certainly is, and he got quicker over the race weekend that we had a few weeks ago in the Gulf Radical Cup. Great to see him being a part here of the Radical World Finals. And what a place to really be a part of the biggest spectacle of Radical racing anywhere in the world. He's done 3 races in the Gulf Radical Cup, and he thought, you know what, I am ready for the World Finals. There is Usman Magal, the number 21 car, with that incredible start there at the line. It would have been great if we got a quick word with him, but of course, we're about to go racing, and we'll let Relentless Racing do their thing. Usman always does this, by the way. Anytime we race here at the Yas Marina circuit, whether it's the first race of the day, the third race, which is the Enduro, he's always very, very quick when there's something very important at the line. We saw him do this last season, and he ended up picking a penalty from right away, but he is very, very quick. And when you ask him about it, he says, I don't remember doing it. I thought I was perfectly fine. No, you were like a rocket ship working your way through the order.
Well, if my memory serves me correctly, he was second in the championship last year, wasn't he, in the Gulf Radical Cup? So he knows what to do in terms of driving these motor cars and how to perform at his top level. And I think he can just sniff the possibility of a world championship here today. And I think a number of these drivers feel the same way. And that's what's going to be so good once we go back to green racing. You know, the Pro 1500 field is ultra competitive right the way down to really about the top 10 cars. Anyone could win it. Track position is going to be key. We heard from Ian Aguilera that was one of the things that he was looking at. It's going to be important for him to try and keep Greg Gorski at bay, but we'll see what happens. I suspect it'll only be until that first long straightaway out of turn 5, and you know, where Greg Gorski and for that matter Oscar Joyce will get past Ian Aguilera if indeed he does maintain second position going through the first few turns.
Sorry there, Tom, to cut you off, but you just saw one of the marshals down there on the grid waving to us. The boys and girls in orange do an amazing job week in and week out, and of course without them we would not be able to go racing. So a huge shout out to every single marshal, whether you're on the pit lane, whether you're on the grid right now, whether you're literally to the live stream way off at turn 5. We thank you for being here. We thank you so much for making these events so successful. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do it. A huge shout out to the marshals, the teams, the drivers, the scrutineers, everyone else involved, everyone at the Yas Marina circuit. This has been an incredible World Finals, and the fans are loving it here. It's a great turnout for the Radical World Finals here, and of course, it's going to be one epic event that gets underway in another 3 minutes' time. The restart is coming here for the 32 cars that we have that will take here to the heat race. We'll have a few less cars then at this rate, because I see that David Evans is missing on the right-hand side. So let's go down to the pit lane before we do that with Sarah.
Yes, I'm here with Saeed Al-Muri. Just a couple of words on what just happened. A very unfortunate start for you.
This is part of racing. The good thing is we are all safe. This just proves how racing in these circumstances, how safe it is. I would have loved to do better position, but for a guy that didn't drive Radical for 10 years, coming here with all this grid and learning from them, it was really nice. We started 9th. I'm happy. I was aiming to finish a bit forward, but unlucky, an incident happened. But as long as we are all safe, I'm happy.
Thank you so much for confirming you're all safe and for having a few words, and hopefully the next time out is slightly better luck. But thank you, and I'm glad you've had an incredible weekend anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, there. Yeah, one of the few drivers hailing from the GCC, or from just down the road, about 4 hours away, if you go a bit to the east, from Saudi Arabia. Great to have him here as well. And his experience is quite interesting. He's used to more racing uphill. He does a lot of the desert racing here around the region, which is quite a popular one here. There is the 48 car, though. That's Jordan Missig. Not the best opening races here for him yesterday. He had those engine issues, didn't he?
No, so big story of the weekend. Within 6 laps of his first test session, he actually topped the charts in Pro 1500. The Graham Rahal performance team started off extremely quick. Unfortunately for them, in race 1, an engine failure meant that they had to abandon the primary vehicle. Luckily for them, Dream Racing really stepped up, and I'm sure Graham Rahal Performance and Jordan Missig very thankful, as is Radical, that Dream Racing stepped up, supplied a spare chassis. For Jordan, that meant he went from the left-hand side of the car to the right-hand side. It's taken really a couple of sessions, if you will, to get that car up to speed. No surprise there, but unfortunately they've been during an event and during racing and the heat races. So he's started further back, not what he's used to, quite frankly. He's the reigning outright series champ in the Radical Cup North America Series, as well as the 1500 champion. And so very well versed in Radicals. Actually started his racing career in Radicals out at Autobahn Country Club. Went away, did the Road to Indy, the USF programs, and is just about to embark on a full season of Indy Next. And so this year was a very crucial year for Jordan to put a championship on the resume. And it's nice to see a couple of those shots from the onboard. We're just about to roll off the grid.
And what a story you were saying there as well, how we're rivals on track, we're racing against each other. We are teams competing for one thing and one thing in mind, to be the Radical World Final winner at the end of the day. But after that, in the actual end of the day, we are one big community here for the Gulf Radical Cup and the Radical World Finals, and it's amazing to see how well the teams are working together. Yes, they're rivals on track, but at the same day, they want their rivals to be on track with them. And Tom, you just spotted, I think that was Robert Burgess there, who was not getting off the line there. One of the star Canadians and the only Canadian to win all 3 races.
Well, that's also Jordan Missig, who got stuck behind Robert Burgess, so hopefully those guys will be able to rejoin their position. To be honest, I'm not aware of the regulations over here in terms of that. I know what it would be in America, but I don't want to second guess that here. In any event, Robert Burgess not getting away, and it looks like they are regaining their position, so that's good to see. Obviously, no harm, no foul in effect for Robert Burgess, but I think just the nerves. Obviously, the cars are a bit hotter as well, bit of heat soak on the grid. They've been sitting there for a long time. Everyone having a drink of water, but now it's time to refocus. Think about the plan for the start, the plan for the race. Just really reset. It's never nice to see your fellow drivers have an incident. We're all one big Radical family, and you know, I think everyone is always pleased that these Radical cars with the FIA approved and homologated chassis, very nice strong crash structures around the car, lots of body work, keeps these drivers extremely safe. So that's the good news. But definitely now it's time, with all of that commotion, to set that aside, clear the head and knuckle down. And it looks like 28 minutes will be the race distance.
So we've removed 2 minutes, but it looks like we will restart the race the exact same way we started it, just with a few holes in the grid for the drivers who will not make the restart here. So Usman Magal is going to have to do exactly what he did in the previous start. Try and go each and every way, but the good thing is there's a gap somewhere around him that will play into his hands. But now that he's done that, the Pro 1500s know exactly what he's all about, and they're going to be thinking, where is Usman going to be this time?
Well, and also, I hate to say it, but those gaps on the grid tend to invite cars into places sometimes they shouldn't be going. So we'll see how this one is. I'm sure everyone will be a little more tentative. But again, it's winner takes all final. It all comes down to this. Everything's on the wire. You're either hero or you're zero. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some pretty aggressive racing once again. You can see there Greg Gorski just lining up. The pace is ultra slow. I don't know if that's a typical thing here or just the strategy of
Might be
that's
a tactic,
being employed.
because you saw Elim Gashev was a lot slower compared to Ian Aguilera. Ian is ready to go. Well, when you're that age, you're always ready to go and do something very exciting, and Ian's bouncing around like an Energizer bunny most of the time. He's very quick behind the wheel, but he's even quicker when he's out of the car as well. And you saw him, he was there edging in front of Elim, while Elim was just casually working his way underneath the W Hotel on the restart.
Trouble is, with that jockeying around that Ian's doing, that's really putting Greg Gorski in a tough bind as well. And I think that's why he might be saying, well, look, I'm just going to get out of line a little bit. I'm side by side, but here we go.
And he's done it again.
The World Finals is back underway, and we are green once again at Yas Marina. All the cars, again, side by side, and Gorski's had a big moment, and that's disaster for him. He's gone backwards through the pack, a couple of others running wide, but so far, generally pretty good as they go through a lot of dust where that debris was early on.
And that's a very unfamiliar sight from Greg Gorski. I just think he was too hot there going down towards turn one, and he unsettled the car, which forced him out wide through turn one.
And
Here
it's
we go.
got very, very tight. In fact, there was a big hip and shoulder further back in the pack, and again, cars running off and running wide. Jordan Messick very, very wide there.
Usman Magal knows exactly what's on offer here, and he's not taking any prisoners here, is the Pakistani driver. Here he comes, Greg Gorski's got in front of him, because of course through goes the SR10, but here on the inside is that Jack Yang looking on the inside of Usman Magal. Ian Aguilera's just in front.
Jack Yang got very, very close to having contact there. Other drivers making moves as they head down into the chicane. Well, I guess it is for the second time, but the first time proper, as this race has been restarted after a turn one incident. And it's very, very tight again with the 33 of Jack Yang. There's a big slide just in front, and Yang had to react. You can see him correcting and correcting and correcting once more as we ride on board now, and I believe that's with Rob Greenwood.
And that was Christian Brooks that got a little bit loose there through turn 9. Not exactly what he wanted, but he was on the podium. Once again, although second, he could have walked away with that victory, but that penalty really cost him, and it gave Jack Yang the victory. But you saw Jack Yang played it smart. He knows what's at stake here. He doesn't want to get tangled up with anything like that, especially on the restart here. That's Marcel Kopp, who Sarah had a brief conversation with him before he was dragged away. Great to see him up in the thick of things as well, vying for position here, holding cars back behind him as well. Elim Gashev, Oscar Joyce and Greg Gorski's got back in the third, but behind him, Ian Aguilera and Usman Magal. Well, he's getting quicker and quicker as the race goes on here. He is now up to 5th position. He's 5.4 seconds back from the race leader, but more importantly, he is about 0.8 of a second back from Ian Aguilera there in the Pro 1500s. Drive-through penalty for car 24, and that is Oscar. No, it's not.
It's Greg Gorski.
It is. Now, what is that penalty for, do you think?
Well, I think he must have got into the back of someone at the start. I'm not sure. Maybe even for the start infringement. You know, you mentioned that you didn't like what you saw. I think Race Control said the same thing. And the 24 of Greg Gorski, well, that really throws him out of the count in terms of the Platinum class and this World Finals.
There is Usman Magal, the man on a mission. He wants to be on the top step of the podium in Pro 1500. He wants to walk away as a Radical World Final winner. He's already done it once yesterday. He'd like to do it again here today in our 4th and final race, and that's very close there between Chris Breen and Suelo Almeida.
Indeed it is, and Suelio Almeida is trying to get through. You can see again he's using all of the track and a little bit more. Crucially, he just had one wheel on the inside white line, so that's A-OK as far as race control is concerned. But this is a fantastic battle as they round the hairpin. We saw Suelio Almeida take a few prisoners to the inside, and he's hasn't done it this time. Chris Preen is just ahead, and look behind. This is a fantastic three-way fight.
It certainly is, and everyone is throwing everything they have at the moment there. That was very close there for Suelio Almeida, but look who's joined them in this little battle here. That's the number 4 that sniffs an opportunity for not one, but two positions here, to make his way into the top 10, but he has to find a way past Jordan Mystic before he does that. Suelio closes the gap once again, and it looks like the Brazilian has been between two British drivers. He's got Chris Preen and Andrew Lowe in front and behind him. And what about Usman Magal? How much does he close the gap up? Well, it's still 1/8 of a second. He's actually lost a little bit of time there to Ian Aguilera. These two know each other well, though. They fought against each other in the Gulf Radical Cup. They're going to fight again in a few weeks' time, but today they're fighting as well for top honours in Pro 1500. Both of them know what's on store here, and both of them want to be the one to walk away with that trophy later on. Jacopo Marchioni, who had issues in race 3, was the one doing battle with Marcel Kopp, because he's moved the 50 up into 20th overall.
Jordan Mystic looks like he's cleared Fujinami. Jack Yang will be his next victim, but it's very, very fast at the front of Pro 1500. Sebastian Murray has been quick all weekend long. Christian Brooks as well. There really isn't anyone out of these top 4 or 5 drivers that you wouldn't say are worthy of being a world champion.
I think Usman Magal's got to start to make something happen here. He's got to attack a little bit more, because he has not just Christian Brooks behind him, Sebastian Murray. He's also got Jack Yang and Jordan Mystic, who are going to be on the scene soon enough. He's going to want to get this position changed pretty much immediately and let Ian Aguilera deal with him. It's interesting to note through Sector 1 and Sector 2, Usman really starts to close in on Ian Aguilera, but it's Sector 3 where he's losing the most amount of time to the leader in Pro 1500. There's that battle before with Chris Preen, Suelio Almeida and Andrew Lowe. It looks like there's been a bit of a gap between them, about 2 to 3 car lengths separating the two of them in both situations here, but lurking in the background is Rob Greenwood as well in that 47. When he latches on to that battle, it'll be great to have his on board to see how he can do it, especially if he can do it down the back straightaway. There is Fujinami, who we just saw come through the final corners. There is the rest of the field, including Ibi Hadid, one of the stars here in the Gulf Radical Cup, did a race in Toronto a couple of months ago, and also gets driver coaching from Suelio Almeida as well.
I just want to point out something. Oscar Joyce has just done a 1:55.1. That was 2/10 faster than Alim Geshev. So could we see a big change up the front? Oscar Joyce hasn't had the pace so far this weekend of Geshev. That might all change now in this final. What can we see from the young gun? He's used to SR1, SR3 machinery. He's stepped up to the SR10 for the first time this weekend, and the Englishman is making a big move.
Usman Magal still 1/8 of a second back from Ian Aguilera, but it's Sector 1 where he closes up on the Mexican in front of him. But again, Christian Brooks is coming, is 7/10 of a second separating those two. There is Ian Aguilera at the bottom of your picture, Usman Magal. Then we've got Christian Brooks, Sebastian Murray, and Jack Yang is in close proximity as well. Ibi Hadid under pressure, the Canadian here from Yol Strider. These two know each other very well as well from racing in the Gulf Radical Cup last year. Both rookies, both massively improved over the summer break. And here comes Yol Strider. We saw a completely different Yol Strider in the previous race, and you see him there. He's getting just as aggressive as he was in race 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, again, it's winner-takes-all competition. You can see everyone pushing extremely hard. The Hankook rubber still coming up to temperature, I would say. Everyone squirming about a little bit. There's Jordan Mystic going through screen. Next up, we have Fujinami, and then it's Chris Preen. So Suelio Almeida in the mix of things as well. And Andy Lowe, not to be counted out just yet. Hopefully we'll see some more onboard action from Rob Greenwood and Chris Preen. they are in the thick of it in the Pro 1500 class.
And it's only 9/10 of a second separating the two of them. Greg Gorski has got the message and he's come through to do his drive-through penalty. That will drop him behind. Well, Jordan Missig's gone through. Fujinami's gone through. Chris Preen has gone through. So Greg Gorski will come in the mid-pack and he's going to be absolutely furious about that drive-through penalty.
Now, he has the power, certainly, to get back up through, carve his way back up through the Pro 1500 field. But I think that might have taken him out of contention, certainly for the second step of the podium. Alim Geshev has been the star of the show so far in the Platinum class, and he's just sort of answered that question in terms of Oscar Joyce's lap times. He's down to a 1:54.8. So all of a sudden, after perhaps seeing or getting the hurry on from the team, Oscar Joyce had put in a relatively fast lap, and Alim Geshev has said, well, hold my beer. I'll show you what you can really do in one of these SR10 machines.
The 32 of Yahid Khanum has moved up into 21st position. Great to see him moving up the order as well from the back of the field. Rick Parrish as well, moving up to 24th, making his way past John Hughes. So he's the cork in the bottle now in the Pro 1340. But where is our third Pro 1340?
Well, we lost Sonny Andrews in that turn one incident, unfortunately. So I guess technically he's locked in third place in Pro 1340. But what can John Hughes do? He hasn't quite had the pace, the man from the Canada West side of life, compared to his East Coast compatriot in Robert Burgess. Burgess has definitely felt more comfortable coming away and dealing with a new circuit in Yas Marina. But like all of these things, anything can happen in motorsport. And at the moment, Robert Burgess lapping certainly a little bit quicker in the 207s last time by. John Hughes a little bit slower than that at the moment.
Now, wouldn't it be interesting if we had an overall podium here where we'd have two of the Platinums and then we'd have Ian Aguilera up there as well? But we did have that in race number one earlier as we catch the battle for the lead here for the Pro 1500. Ian Aguilera in the 17 is your race leader in that category. Usman Magal sits second, Christian Brooks in third, and Sebastian Murray, who has been mighty quick all weekend despite having very limited practice time. A very late call up there. There he is in fourth place for Dream Racing as well. Orange on the right-hand side, a bit of a darker with white patches there on the left-hand side. And look at this four-way battle we have down towards turn 5. Who's going to dare to break the latest to kind of close that gap back up? You see Usman Magal is creeping in, as is Christian Brooks and Seb Murray as well, which is really great to see. If you're watching race number 3 where we had our pit stop feature in the 45 minutes, Seb Murray was doing very, very well, but unfortunately he stalled the car and that's why he tumbled down the order. But he's certainly making up for it here, challenging not for third place, not for second, but the outright victory in Pro 1500.
All of these men have shone at various times during this week of competition. And you can see the effort that's going in. Everyone is pushing these cars. The cars are actually moving around on the surface. Jordan Missig's closing in as well. So Missig has Jack Yang ahead of him. They're not quite onto that top 4 car train, but I wouldn't be surprised if they start closing in, because the leaders are just sort of fighting with each other a little bit. They're in each other's mirrors, and that's never good when you're trying to churn out laps. So we could see a 6-way fight for Pro 1500 shortly.
And this is going to be fantastic because they know what's on the line, right? All 6 drivers know exactly what they want to do here. They've got 15 minutes, or let's be better yet, they've got 16 minutes left on the clock to sort it out. But these are going to be the longest 16 minutes for Ian Aguilera.
I just also wonder what the strategy was with each team and the tyre allocation. Some people may have gone out with new Hankook rubber. Dare I say, if you did, that restart was the best thing ever, because you got to generate some heat in the tyres and you were allowed probably to just reset the pressures. I guess it was red flag conditions or parc fermé conditions, but the car settled down a little bit. I would say that anyone on new rubber for this race is in the box seat.
So Sarah and I were downstairs. We look on the inside. Comes the 82 of Christian Brooks, and that is contact. And Usman Magal is not going to be happy about that. He says, "I'll take that back, thank you very much. You're going to have to try to be a bit nicer next time." And did you see Sebastian Murray in the background? He's got a better exit through turn 8. Here he comes around the outside. Better yet, he slots in behind. But here is the battle for second. This allowing Ian Aguilera to escape up the road. Usman Magal and Seb Murray try to go around the outside. We're going to try to go 3 wide. Not quite. Seb Murray, you're too far back to do that. But look, Christian Brooks has got a better run through turn 9, but he has to slot in behind Usman Magal, and Usman is not going to be happy about that, and he's not going to let that go easily either.
You just get the impression that Sebastian Murray is going to capitalise on this melee ahead. Usman Magal very, very defensive. That's allowing Christian Brooks to have a look at a number of times around this circuit, but they're holding each other up. That's giving Sebastian Murray the opportunity to close in. You can see it didn't quite work down into the hairpin. He actually lost time and fell back a little bit. Meanwhile, Ian Aguilera has checked out. This is good news for the number 17 of Ian Aguilera. Whilst they battle behind, the Mexican has grabbed a gap for Raw Motorsports. He's in the box seat now, looking to take a Radical World title home to Mexico. And at the moment, he's found himself with some breathing room.
This is going to get very interesting. I wonder, though, if there's damage on the left-hand side of Christian Brooks' car and the right-hand side of Usman Magal's. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like any tyre rub either. It was just a short incident between the two of them, but that could have gone all wrong. Now, going back to the tyre compound situation, so Sarah and I were down in the garage earlier today. We were talking to Usman Magal. He said that everyone around him is on fresh tyres, including himself.
Interesting. So, well, that's interesting. So Usman Magal actually chose to go with a slightly worn set.
No, he went for a new set of tyres.
Everyone else.
Apparently the entire field is on a fresh set of tyres.
So everyone has chosen that, hoping that that gives them a little bit extra. I was just looking at the lap times there. Jordan Missig, Jack Yang, lapping quicker at the moment than the 4 drivers in front of him. And so Ian Aguilera, a 1:58.8 last time by. Oh, sorry. So he was all by his lonesome and a little bit quicker. But other than that, Jack Yang, Jordan Missig have the pace to catch up onto this train. And you can see that already Usman Magal has managed to claw his way back onto Ian Aguilera. If these guys would work together a little bit, we could easily see a 4-way fight yet again. And it's going to happen rather quickly, I think.
It certainly will, but the thing is, you said working together. We can work together when the red flag is happening or the race isn't on. When it comes to teams, on the track, they're not going to work together. Christian Brooks wants to be the man in front. Sebastian Murray wants to be the man in front. And I'm pretty sure Sebastian Murray thought, oh, it's finally happened. It's my turn to get through now. But then ran wide through turn 9. But, of course, that is the battle for the top step of the podium in 1500. It could have gone all wrong for second, by the way, as they worked their way up through turn 2.
And we just saw a glimpse of Greg Gorski. He just got past Andy Lowe. So Gorski now back up to 12th position. This is going to be a big charge through the field as we see the 48 of Missig try and get back onto the gearbox of Jack Yang. Of course, both drivers race in the Radical Cup North America Series. Jack Yang also racing in the Haggerty Radical Cup UK Series as well as the Golf Cup. So Jack Yang gets around when it comes to Radical racing. And here we go, another attack, or certainly a look to the inside and then the outside
of Usman Magal there from Christian Brooks. Now, going back to the Haggerty Radical Championship in the United Kingdom, Usman Magal also did 1 round at Silverstone with them last year because of his efforts in the Gulf Radical Cup, placing second and, of course, being the national champion. So he knows exactly what Jack Yang's all about, who's a bit further back from him at the moment. Like to see what's happening in front here, though, because we have that battle going through turn 9 once again with those 3 cars. Usman Magal, Christian Brooks, and, of course, Sebastian Murray lurking in the background.
Race control just noting that contact between Christian Brooks and Usman Magal as again this battle starts to heat up. Christian Brooks looking to the inside. He's defending now from Sebastian Murray.
And I've got to say, for Sebastian Murray, this has been a mega weekend for him. He didn't have the greatest first race, but race 2, 3, and now race 4 he's certainly challenging here for the top step of the podium. He is throwing everything he can possibly at this, and he's really taking the fight here to Christian Brooks. It's interesting that it's noted because the 47 car is being warned about track limits. The 47 car is a little bit further down on our timing screens here. That's Rob Greenwood, who we can ride on board with. 10 minutes to go on the clock, though. Tom, who do you think is going to be on the top step of the podium Pro 1500, or do you think it's going to take us 10 minutes to sort it out?
Well, I definitely think it's going to take us 10 minutes to sort out the minor placings, if you will. Ian Aguilera has certainly got the breathing room now. I think he would just be trying to remain calm. The trouble is he can't afford to run slowly. He's got to put in the lap times because the guys behind him, the likes of Ousmane Magal, Christian Brooks, Sebastian Murray, for that matter, Jack Yang and Jordan Missick, they're pushing extremely hard, and we can see how hard they're pushing each other. Now, that's Greg Gorski looking to claim another victim, if you will, in Chris Preen. Fujinami is just ahead of them. So that's the pack that is behind Jordan Missick, Jack Yang, and then our front runners in Pro 1500. So, as we expected, you know, Greg Gorski is coming back up through the field. Whether he will ever get to Oscar Joyce with 8 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, who knows?
I did like the little hand gesture there from the driver to say, hey, hello, I'm also coming through here. Don't push me off track, will you? Going through the corner. That's Christian Brooks on the inside through turn 9. Ousmane Magal hang out to try on the outside, but he's going to fight it. Seb Murray says, oh, I'm going to try and get both of you here as Magal is offline. Christian Brooks can try around the outside, and Seb Murray, he's getting the thick of things. He doesn't have to be this close. He needs to wait for these two to do something, and it might happen here. But this is getting exciting here. The second step of the podium. Ousmane Magal has just lost it, not one position, but 2 places.
But very clean move and very smart driving for Sebastian Murray. You could see him just hesitate, off the throttle a little bit, let these guys in front sort themselves out. He wasn't prepared to get involved in what could have been their accident, and all of a sudden, Christian Brooks, and I can actually hear some crowd screaming. They're delighted in Sebastian Murray and Christian Brooks eclipsing Ousmane Magal. That's a big change in the order. Behind Ian Aguilera, the top 3 for Pro 1500 has changed dramatically. And just based on the aggression, the lap times, and how much Ousmane Magal has defended, I wouldn't be surprised if Jack Yang and Jordan Missick start clawing their way onto the back of that green car pretty soon. It just seemed to me like they may, or now that Christian Brooks and Sebastian Murray have been released, if you will we see them claw their way up to Ian Aguilera?
And I think Seb Murray was being a bit cheeky there on the start-finish line as well, flashing the headlights, telling Christian Brooks, I'm quicker, let me through. But I don't think Christian is having any of that. At the line, he was the race winner, but he ended up being second on the podium. This is now the battle for second. Ousmane Magal has dropped back. I do wonder, though, does Ousmane Magal have a problem with that contact? Christian Brooks still seems to be up to speed, but it looks like Ousmane Magal is losing time. That's the 111. That is Lee Jackson. In front of him is the 50 car.
Jacopo Fascioni, and yeah, they're having a good battle themselves out there. So would you believe that's down in 19th and 20th position? And already, again, that's 3 wide. That's Suelio Almeida. That's Preen in the middle. And Fujinami.
And that was before we got to turn 9 as well. That was through turn 8. A very different situation if we were going 3 wide through here, as they're trying to do now. Very similar to what we saw Christian Brooks and Ousmane Magal do there through that corner.
Andy Lowe might be able to capitalise on this commotion as well. And a big lunge. We know that Suelio Almeida is good under brakes. It wasn't to be that time by, but you can see again how hard these guys are pushing. Now Fujinami has an opportunity to get past the Brazilian.
Great fight here for positions further through the field as well. It's not just for the top step of the podium, it's also further down. Suelio Almeida here trying to take that position back, but Chris Preen has got a mega exit through there, and he's now escaping up the road saying, you know what, you deal with Fujinami, you deal with the hard-charging Andrew Lowe as well. I don't want anything to do with this. Oh! And that's contact between Ousmane Magal and Rick Parrish there in the background as well. Very unfortunate there.
Teammates make contact, an absolute disaster. Jordan Missick got through that, so did Jack Yang. I think Jordan Missick might indeed be up ahead So could that mean that Jordan Missing is now third in class? I'm not sure if Jack Yang was just ahead of them or not.
Christian Brooks is there. That is that's the Kenny Murray's his father, isn't it? That's Seb Murray's car there.
So that's Seb Murray, the other Dream Racing car, and of course that's got the sister livery to Jordan Missing's car.
And that's just how much pressure is on you here in the Radical World Finals. You are trying to fight tooth and nail to be the one to walk away victorious, and all it takes is one split second. And unfortunately, the safety car has come out well spotted, Tom.
Now, so this changes the whole race, the complexity, every piece of hard work that Alim Geshev has done, all the hard work that Ian Aguilera has done gets thrown out the window right now. They're going to be line astern. This could be a green-white checker. This could be an amazing end to what has been a huge week of Radical racing. Everyone's efforts could come down to 1 or 2 laps under green if we can get this going quickly.
And that's Usman Magal who's got going again, but that's a very unfortunate situation for him. He's just in front of Yahid Kardim here in the 20th. Rick Parrish is still stationary at the moment. The safety car is still circulating. There is Ian Aguilera, the leader. Now, I would say he hasn't got any pressure, but now if we go green flag racing again and the restart kicks off, he is going to be under a lot of pressure because he's not got one car that's going to be charging for him. We already know how quick Seb Murray has been, and he is only 1 car away from Ian Aguilera. For Ian, he's going to want this safety car to be as long as humanly possible. He wants his safety car to be 3 minutes and 30 seconds exactly as we count down. But for Seb Murray and Christian Brooks, they want that Camaro to go off the track now, and they want to win this race.
Well, I want it to go off the track too. I'd love to see this come down to the wire. The other one to look out for on this restart, Jordan Missing, is 1 step away from a podium position. You can see the dejection from Jack Yang, so that's what happened to Jack. He was caught up in that. I couldn't quite see it from that original shot of the incident. A dejected Jack Yang. He was sitting 4th in class when all of that occurred. And so the Camaro safety car is out. We haven't seen any notifications from race control just yet.
Let's keep an eye on those lights on the safety car. They might go out, and if you're going out, we're going to have 2 laps to go, and it's going to be a mega shootout here for the top step of the podium, because also what's happened here, the safety car has neutralized the field. Oscar Joyce is back now on the back bumper of Alim Geshev. So we're not just going to have a title fight for Pro 1500, we're going to have a title fight for Platinum, Pro 1500 and Pro 1340.
Absolutely, 3 classes, and it's all come down to 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Will the safety car come in? That's the big question. Greg Gorski's also in the thick of things. There's some battles raging everywhere else in the field as well. We saw ultra-competitive Chris Preen just start to check out there on Suelio Almeida. Fujinami in there as well. Andy Lowe looking particularly racing. Rob Greenwood's caught up. Everyone, of course, is caught up now under this safety car conditions.
And the safety car lights have not gone off. We are halfway around the racetrack. We might end this car behind. We might end this race. We might end the Radical World Finals behind a safety car.
I really hope we can get this going again. It would sort of only be right to all the drivers and crews. Of course, Alim Geshev, Ian Aguilera would like it to stay yellow. I understand.
Robert Burgess as well would be very happy about this. But yes, the safety car is still circulating. 1:10 left on the clock, Tom. We're not going to get another lap in here, unfortunately. It looks like we'll be ending the race behind the safety car. Unless the safety car can break some rules here, go 200 kilometers an hour around the track, get the round before the 56 seconds are up. But there are rules are in place, and there are reasons those rules are in place to ensure the safety of the track marshals and the workers that are currently on the track to ensure the debris is clean. So, of course, as much as we like that to happen, it won't.
No, it won't. But what a week this has been. I mean, just absolute hats off to Alim Geshev, an absolute superstar stepping up to the SR10 machinery. He has done the job at every step of this competition qualified on the pole, 3 race wins in the heats, a perfect point score, and put it all together in this final. Survived turn 1 as well. I've got to say, Oscar Joyce, tremendous performance from that young man as well. Robert Burgess, we can see there on screen, he's taken a clean sweep in Pro 1340. So that's been a big weekend of motorsport for the Canadian.
And what a position to do it in as well. He's just 2 places behind the race leader. We see Alim Geshev, Oscar Joyce, and there is Robert Burgess, the leader in 1340, which is great for him being up there. Ian Aguilera a little bit further back, but of course not the way we would have liked to end the Radical World Finals. We didn't have safety cars at all in the past few races here. Unfortunately, we will end the World Finals with one, but nonetheless, it's been an absolutely incredible event here, and we can't wait to do it again.
You know what I always love in these circumstances? The clock has wound down to 0. I'm sure most drivers already understand this. You've got guys still weaving their tyres. They're hoping, like anything, that somehow magically they're going to go racing again.
They all need that little white timer that Greenwood has in his car that they can fit in there to have the exact time.
But I got to say just quickly, and I know that the safety car is going to come through, unless there's some ridiculous circumstance, the other person that just deserves huge accolades, and there's the 91 stopped on the side of the circuit.
That is Seb Murray, and that is heartbreaking for Seb Murray.
So I said ridiculous circumstances. The race isn't over until it's over, and under a full course caution, Seb Murray is going to trickle down the order. Now that could promote, well, that will promote Jordan Missig to 3rd spot.
And he'll be absolutely delighted with that after the way the race weekend started for him. As you said, safety cars, sometimes the most bizarre things happen. Seb Murray unfortunately stopped there on turn 5 and 6. So even if we were to go green flag racing again, we wouldn't have done it because we would have stayed behind the safety car unless Seb Murray got going again. Very, very unfortunate for him. But with that said, he has had a phenomenal race weekend here. He was a last-minute addition, and he's done nothing but impress everybody here in the paddock area. Seb Murray has been extremely quick out the box, and so is this man here in a brand new car for this weekend. He doesn't usually race the SR10, and he's going to make it 4 for 4. Alim Geshev makes his way across the line. There is the checkered flag, and he is a Radical World Final winner. So is Ian Aguilera, so is Robert Burgess as well. What a way to end the weekend. What a way to end the Radical World Finals. Pumping the air with a fist pump, Alim Geshev. He knows what he's done. He's going to have so much confidence in the Gulf Radical Cup in a few weeks' time when he races here again in Dubai. He is going to be so exciting. Excited, excuse me.
Well, I'm excited too. What an amazing weekend for that man. Ian Aguilera, as you mentioned, tremendous job by him. Christian Brooks came through in the end. A fair bit to contend with for him as well this weekend. Jordan Missig making the most out of a miserable start. Impressive. He's ended up on the podium. Greg Gorski recovering from that drive-through penalty. He'll take 3rd in the Platinum class. Fantastic effort from Chris Preen, Swelio Almeida, Fujinami, Andy Lowe, Rob Greenwood, of course Robert Burgess taking the win in Pro 1340, and John Hughes 2nd in class as well. Well, after a big week of racing, a turn 1 incident meant the event was red flagged. The World Finals race reduced to a 28-minute sprint from the typical, or what was scheduled, 30 minutes because of that early red flag. Some fantastic racing, definitely elbows out, bit of side-to-side contact, and very aggressive stuff, particularly from the Pro 1500 class, which saw over 20 competitors out on track this week. And all of that has culminated into some great racing here at Yas Marina. Again, a local superstar, Alim Geshev, taking the win in the Platinum class. Ian Aguilera the Mexican, bringing home a tremendous World Finals trophy, pending any dramas in the technical side of life. Of course, all these cars have to go through Parc Ferme and scales and technical checks for compliance. So all of these results provisional, but we will be celebrating the winners as they come off the track. The banquet tonight will be a fantastic affair, just right there on the top of the W Hotel. And really wonderful that we can celebrate everyone's success here this week with a big awards banquet. And Ian Aguilera comes down into the pit lane. He is a world champion in Pro 1500. So Alim Geshev will go to where he's been every single race this week, in front of the #1 placard. The 77 claps his hands and pumps his fist. He is a radical world champion. Congratulations, Alim Geshev. Fantastic result too, Oscar Joyce, second in the world. And the 17 of Ian Aguilera, also a world champion, third outright, as Alim Geshev celebrates here. And a big holding up the sign for Graham Rahal Performance. We could just see P3 for the 48 of Jordan Missig. Oscar Joyce talking to DW Racing team owner Darren Winter, and we will head down, if we can, to Chris Milburn, who's down in Parc Ferme.
See there, Alim Geshev very excited there, but before we speak to anybody, I've got Rob from Raw Motorsports. You've just won with Ian Aguilera, the Pro 1500 class. You guys are excited, Ian's happy about that as well. Talk us through it.
That was probably the most nervous half an hour of my life. It was a great race to watch, but I didn't really watch an awful lot of it, to be fair. But yeah, no, it's just fantastic to bring the result back. He's been brilliant all weekend, and it's just desserts really for him and the team.
Well, it's probably a good thing that you didn't watch half of the race, because the battle that Ian Aguilera had with Usman Magal, Christian Brooks, and the rest of the field, and Seb Murray, who unfortunately had that problem at the end there, it's probably a good thing you didn't watch it, because your heart would have been somewhere else.
To be honest, my heart was going through the roof as it was. So, no, it's just a fantastic result for the team, and Ian deserves this.
Yeah, 100%. I can see Ian's over there, but Alim Geshev is getting ready over here as well. And what I'll do is I'll hand the microphone over to Sarah for this, because Alim Geshev is preparing himself. The helmet's coming off. I'm quite sure he's had a quick chat with the family as well. But what an incredible sight here. 32 radicals. The Radical World Finals right here at the Yas Marina circuit. It's been absolutely amazing. Actually, while Ian Aguilera, okay, he's actually going in for the mandatory weigh-in there. But let me just hand the microphone over here to Sarah, who will be talking to Alim Geshev.
Alim, what a weekend. Your son told you yesterday, go out and get some more trophies, and I hear that you keep them in his bedroom, which is very, very sweet. Can you tell us about your weekend as a whole? It's just been a dream.
First of all, I make a promise, and we did it. And the second, yeah, the weekend was awesome. The weekend was amazing. The car was awesome. The team prepared the car. They gave everything to it. And my coaches, my engineer, we did a great job. It's sad to lose some cars on the grid, but I hope everyone is fine, not injured. I'm happy. We dominated all weekend, all quali, all races, best laps, and how can I be? I'm more than happy. Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, it has been an incredible weekend. We didn't know that it was going to finish under a safety car. You know, there was a chance there that it was going to restart. What were your thoughts when obviously it equalizes the field?
Yeah, actually, you know, as a race driver, you always want to race. You don't want safety cars. That's why there was a hope that we can restart at least at one lap. And of course, it's fun. And second, the guy on the back, they can have a chance. I think always finishing in racing is better than after a safety car.
Yeah. Well, it's been an incredible weekend as a whole, and we hope to see you back here at Yas Marina very, very soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Well, there we are. A fantastic result, and great to hear from a world champion in Elim Geshev.
I've got Ian Aguilera's here as well.
So we'll just head down once again to Chris Milbourne and Sarah Esser, because I think we're going to hear from the winner of Pro 1500, Ian Aguilera.
And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get interviews with as many people as possible, including the winners. And the Pro 1500 winner, Ian Aguilera, everything was happening behind you. You kept it so cool, though. Congratulations. You are a winner of the Radical World Finals.
Yeah, I am. I'm very happy. It was a tough race, a lot of pressure from behind from all three drivers. But luckily, they all started fighting, so I managed to get a gap and just maintain the gap. So very happy with the result, but yeah.
Well done. I see you told me at the beginning it was been a hard race weekend, but you just told me as well this was a little harder.
Yeah, I think this was the toughest race out of this weekend. I mean, had three cars chasing me, and it looked like they were catching, but then luckily they started fighting. But at the end, we got the result, so couldn't ask for more.
So we were taking the team before we spoke to you as well, by the way. They didn't watch the race, or at least they didn't watch you doing your battle there. I think if they did, they might have been jumping up in joy to see you not being part of what happened behind you.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no words, really.
Well, the good thing is that you were out of it. Congratulations, Ian. Well done, a job well done. You've been quick throughout the weekend. Rick Parrish. Guilty. It is. Well, it happened there at the end, but you know what? You've got a smile on your face. You're happy from Relentless Racing. Unfortunate what happened, but still a fantastic weekend, and a fantastic weekend for Kinetic 7 as well.
Yeah, amazing. You know, first two qualies, got through those, went through every heat and got to the final, and then had a nasty accident. So that was the end of that. But it was a great weekend. I mean, fantastic for Radical, fantastic for the series, and this is the start of the year, so I can't wait to get into it.
Well, we look forward to seeing more of you, because every time I see Usman racing here in the Gulf Radical Cup, I see your name on the side every time. I'd always ask, where's Rick? Why is Rick not here? Why is not Rick racing with us?
Rick's got a hydrogen business called Kinetic 7 that's going bananas, so I do a lot of travel. So, yeah, but this year I'm going to try and get it for most of the season.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Rick, for talking to us. I think now, like we said, we're trying to get as many interviews as possible here. Jordan Missig, I don't think you imagined you being on the podium at all there at the end, but you got it because Seb Murray had the problem. But what a fight you guys were having there at the end.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a competitive race by everybody. You know, obviously, this is the best of the world that's here at Radical that are racing this weekend. So hats off to everybody that was out here today. We put up a fight. But, yeah, unfortunately, what happened to Seb there at the end, you know, I feel for him, you know, everything that's happened. But, you know, I can't thank the Grand Marais Hall Performance guys enough. We worked hard every day, you know, to get this car back together. And, you know, we had a huge problem at the beginning of the whole test. We had to lose a car and go to a new chassis. So to jump in a new car and everything, it just proves the point that what these Grand Marais Hall Performance guys have. And I got to make a special shout out to Grand Marais Hall himself. You know, if it wasn't for him, you know, this weekend would not have been possible. I wouldn't be standing here right now.
Well, you've got a very exciting career path ahead of you. While we're moving off into Indy next and everything like that. Are we going to see more of you in Radical Racing?
You know, I definitely, my heart and soul is always here with Radical. It's where I got my start and everything. And I always love coming back to this car, especially. You know, these guys, they love me, and I love them as much as I can. So definitely might see me back in the Radical here soon. Don't know what it's going to be, but for sure get to see me in the Radical and mix with my Indy next year.
Well, congratulations, a well-deserved podium. Let's now bring in Robert Burgess. It's been a great race. You've made it 3 for 3 here. Well done. And for the Canadians watching at home, he's done it. He's brought the trophy home.
Yeah, this has been an incredible event. I mean, just fantastic. Can't thank everyone at Radical enough. Can't thank my crew, all the sponsors back home, all my supporters. It's just been amazing. The entire event and then the on-track action, just I couldn't ask for anything more.
It's a bit unfortunate what happened in the class as well. You're down to 2 cars at the end. But, of course, the whole weekend, you've been the man to dominate the entire field. What's next now for Robert?
Well, I'll be back racing in Radical Canada Cup again next season. I'll probably do select rounds of Radical Cup North America, Sebring being the first round in March. And I finished second in the Masters Class Championship in Canada this year, so I'm hoping to come back and try to win that.
Well, all the best. Good luck, and we'll see you up there on the podium. Well done for another victory. Before we go to check out some highlights, why don't we have a quick chat there with Oscar Joyce. The safety car came out at the end. It was a blessing in disguise, but unfortunately, the timer, the countdown, the clock was not on your side.
Yeah, I was really hoping it would be a last one-lap shootout. I mean, I'd saved my tyre, but I think fair play to Aleem. He kept. I tried to keep him on his toes, but he just had that little bit more pace than me and pulled away. But no, I really enjoyed it. It's been a great weekend. I think, considering I'd never driven the car up until Thursday, topping and slowly each session make a progression was really good fun. And yeah, just really enjoyed it. And yeah.
What do you mean you've never driven the car before? How did you just jump in and do that?
Don't know, just big balls, I guess.
What a way, Oscar Joyce. Congratulations on another well-deserved podium. We do have one more interview here. We're going to get Usman Magal. Usman, that was heartbreaking. My favorite, my all-time favorite. We always chat every time we have a race here at the Yas Marina circuit out of Dubai, but that was it.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Ian. He done really well, and yeah, it just wasn't our day today. We had the pace, and it was looking very competitive, but yeah, just unfortunately got taken out at the end. So, well, can't really say much else.
Well, I've got to say that battle between you, Christian Brooks, Seb Murray, and then there was another driver involved with it. Jordan Missig as well was a part of it. There was a four-way battle for the second step of the podium. What you should have done is work together and try and chase down Ian Aguilera. But that was a fabulous fight between the four of you.
Yeah, I didn't think they wanted to work together. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, well done for this. It's a great overall confidence boost for you, winning the first heat race, and of course back to Golf Radical Cup soon enough.
Yeah, and that's it. We'll trade punches with Ian Aguilera again.
Good stuff. Thank you so much for talking to us, and we'll see you later on. Now let's grab Chris Preen. Chris Preen was making some very interesting moves. Now from Chris to Chris here. It's great to watch you. You've made the name Chris proud. I'm glad to be speaking to you here, but that was some great racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, thank you. It was close racing. What a fantastic event. And yeah, it was obviously it was close with the two other cars coming up that straight, tapping away. But I guess that's what racing's all about.
But you were trying to go 3 wide through turn 8, if I'm not mistaken. That was quite interesting because you were right in the middle of everything there. What was going through your thought process there?
I was waiting for the tap on the back to get knocked out, but I just thought I'll just hold it and see if they can keep it clean, which they did. So full respect to the guys. You know, congratulations as well to Ian Aguilera, Christian Brooks. He did a fantastic job as well.
Well, thank you, Chris, for talking to us, and a good job there. Job well done there. The Radical World Finals. We still have interviews to go down here because now we've got Brazilian sensation Suele Almeida. You've raced in the Golf Radical Cup. You know these guys very well. You know Ibi Hadid very well as well. You've raced him. You've done some driver coaching, but this time it was all about you and what a race you put on.
Yeah, no, it was it's always like a dream. Like you're driving on the straights and you're just realizing, looking up, that you're in Yas Marina circuit and that Formula 1 drivers will be racing here in a couple of weeks. So it was amazing. It was fun. It was intense. A little bit crazy with the red flags on the last one, but I'm glad that I survived all the starts. And we had some very intense battles. I was still struggling a lot with top speed, so I have to be very aggressive on the corners the whole weekend. We tried to find speed, we tried wing, we tried everything, and it didn't work. I was just like just had some bad luck with the engine, but I'm very, very satisfied with my own performance, and I was able to get a P6 right now with such a competitive grid, so that was great. It was great.
So I assume you probably raced the Yas Marina circuit online. What's the difference between racing it on a PC or a console than it is to racing it in real life?
The neck. You really have to. There's a lot of grip. The track is so good. The car is so good, so fast. So like the enduro especially, it was very tough. I was feeling like burning, and I was trying to rest and everything, be efficient in it. It's very physical. It's very intense. You have to be an actual athlete to survive these races.
Well, thank you, Suelios, for talking to us. Good race there. That was a fantastic one. We still have more interviews, by the way. We've still got more drivers. Let's bring in Andrew Lowe. Andrew, what a race there. That was fantastic. You were with us a couple of weeks ago in the Golf Radical Cup. Here you are at the Radical World Finals. You got a smile on your face.
Yeah, big time. How can you not come out of these cars and have a smile on your face? So much fun to drive. Yeah, it's been a building week. First round of Dubai, getting used to the car, a new track to learn, and then come here. We had a Thursday test and then Thursday, Friday test. Again, getting better into the car and the track. An amazing circuit, great venue.
Well, you've adapted to the heat pretty well. A lot of drivers have been complaining it's quite hot out here. Obviously, in the UK, it's a lot colder. I've been here for 30 years, so I'm used to this 50-degree heat. But how was it earlier this morning? Because it was a lot warmer than it was in this second race.
Yeah, the race this morning, I know temperatures were up on the tyres and everything. Noticed the car a lot lighter, not just on the front but all four. A lot of four-wheel slide in the first race. I come back to the mechanics and said, look, what you done on the car setup-wise? Said just the pressures are up, the heater made a difference. So you had to be a little bit more managing the tyres and be careful not sliding off on corners and watch track limits.
Yeah, that was a great race from you as well. I know you were lurking behind a few battles that were happening in front of you, and you just biding your time, you're waiting for something to happen in front, and you stayed away from it, but at the same time you're like, no, I could be a part of this.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate. The accidents, was it on the back straights, then to turn 5, but brought the yellows out in the safety car. Up to that, I was like half a second quicker, catching every lap, and I could see the difference. I found half a second in those, 3 or 4 laps before the safety car. I saw it on my dash where I was, and then pulling them in. I thought, well, yeah, I could perhaps another place or two, but yeah, and the safety car comes out, and that's where we finish. So.
Well, thank you so much, August Andrew. That was a great race. We hope to see you in a couple of weeks' time. Thank you so much for joining us. Sarah, do you not want to have any last thoughts here together? I mean, you've done a great job. We've both been down here trying our best to find drivers to talk to, but what an incredible race it's been.
Oh, it's been an awesome weekend, and the racing was incredible. Despite the finish, I think the racing that we saw throughout the race through all of the classes was really, really cool, and what an event to bring 32 drivers to Yas Marina to close out the World Finals.
Yeah, it's been an incredible evening here, and of course, well, the podium presentation is round the corner. So are the highlights for the 4th heat race here, and actually the final here for the Radical World Finals. It's been a great day of racing here. For now, then, I think we can hand it back up to Tom briefly. No, Tom is up there waiting for the podium. So why don't we check out some highlights now from race 4 of the Radical World Finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here on the podium for the final time during the 2024 Radical World Finals presented by Kinetic 7. And whilst we'll be celebrating this evening and unveiling the special Radical World Finals trophies, it's time to bring up the victors as they cross the line And before there might be any other adjudication to deal with, it's time to celebrate. We'll start with Pro 1340, and to help award the drivers and give them a couple of bottles of bubbly to celebrate, Julio Rizzo from Hankook. In third place, a Canadian from the West Coast. Congratulations, Sonny Andrews. In second place, John Hughes came home with the silverware today. Congratulations, John.
Next time.
And taking the win, it was 4 wins from 4 starts. Congratulations, our world champion in Pro 1340 for Radical Canada East, Robert Burgess.
Thanks, mate.
And Robert Burgess, certainly no stranger to Radical Racing. He himself has developed Radical Racing throughout Canada. Robert Burgess crowned the world champion here at Yas Marina. Sonny Andrews just still getting checked out, but he is A-OK. We'll celebrate with him later, but for now, John Hughes and Robert Burgess celebrating on the podium. Got to find out what's inside those bottles. It's certainly not champagne here, but the smiles are big. The celebrations are going to be bigger tonight. John Hughes, AKA Daddy Chill, Robert Burgess, walking back from the podium after celebrating here at Yas Marina. To present the Pro 1500 drivers with their bubbly, Barry Hope from Golf Sport, and thank you to Golf Sport for all their efforts this weekend putting on their this event. An amazing performance to come home with some silverware. Congratulations, home third for Graham Rahal Performance, all the way from Indianapolis and indeed Chicago in terms of the driver. Jordan Missig, home third on the podium. In second place, he was a superstar this weekend. Congratulations, Christian Brooks. Valor Racing on the podium. And taking the win in Pro 1500, the Mexican driver, Raw Motorsports, it's Ian Aguilera. No doubt, a few young guns to keep an eye on for the future. Ian Aguilera, first place. Christian Brooks, second. Jordan Missig, third. The bubbly has come in. Gentlemen, it's time to celebrate on the podium here at Yas Marina. Ian Aguilera, you are a world champion. Congratulations, gentlemen. And to help present the winners in the Platinum class, once again, we're joined by Kinetic 7's Sonny Jensen Landeros. In third place, he came back after a dubious start, certainly in terms of race control. He had a drive-through, came home with third place. Congratulations, America's Greg Gorski. In second place, he's been fast all week long. Another young gun, congratulations, Oscar Joyce. DW Racing, second place. And taking the win for TTR, a hometown hero from the United Arab Emirates. Please welcome the world champion in platinum, Alin Geshev. Alim, we're going to get a couple more words from you as you walk up here in front of the home crowd. You are a world champion at the hometown hero.
Unbelievable, unbelievable.
Great job, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give these guys one more big round of applause. Of course, it's not just first, second, and third. Alim Geshev, a radical world champion. And what a week it's been for these gentlemen, all the drivers indeed. 32 drivers taking part.
Where am I looking? Oh, there.
A number of nations, so many trials and tribulations, and to the victors go the spoils. And a hometown hero taking a world championship on home turf. There is nothing better than that. That has been the Radical World Finals for 2024, powered by Kinetic 7. What a weekend of action. Of course, there's plenty more action to come when it comes to the Golf Radical Cup. All of the Radical racing around the world will start to commence for next year. We'll hope to see you back at a Radical World Finals next year. But until then, that's a wrap from Yas Marina and the Radical World Finals, powered by Kinetic 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to DSBK Middle East Championship Racing here at the Yas Marina circuit. We had already one historical event earlier today. We now have the second race of the day, and we'll see Nasser Lati make it 2 for 2 here today. Well, we'll have to find out. I'm Christopher Milbourne. Thank you so much for joining us here this weekend. This has been a moment that we've been waiting for because we're racing at sunset. This is going to make things even more different, and it's going to be a right challenge for the DSBK Middle East Championship riders here. We have a total of 18 riders, which is absolutely fantastic. I got to speak to Tom Robson earlier on today as well on the 86 about his qualifying situation. Same with Tony Garvin as well. He was very excited. He asked me, did you see my move that I made on the inside on the opening stages of the lap? He was an absolute monster on those opening stages, and let's see if he can do it again. Manuel Parra, who won in class, was very honest with his result when he said, I didn't quite get the start right. This time, he's hoping to get it right this time there. Sina Salati on pole position in the number 11. This is the format lap. Alongside him is Simon Reed. In the 5 is Sasuke Totaro, who is third in the modifieds. And then we have the first of our super stock riders, in the category here. So what we have here is we have 3 categories. We have modified, super stock, and then of course the rookies. The rookies, well, they are the newcomers to the championship. They're the ones that are honing their craft, looking at the guys that are around them, and the ladies as well, because we do have to remember, we do have at least one female rider in the field. That is the number 71 of Hanan Suleiman, and what a job she did last time out, especially through the chicane. That move on the inside of Scott Francis was absolutely pitch perfect. She knew and she chose her opportunity to take it, and she got it nailed on that left-hand corner. There you can see that red bollard. That is the chicane on the back straightaway. Now, talking to Tom Robson earlier today, yeah, he was not the biggest fan of this, but we understand why that bollard and the chicane is there, is to slow down the riders, because that back straightaway is very, very fast, and it's a very heavy braking zone into 5, 6 and 7, and it's very easy to get it wrong in a car as well as on 2 wheels as well. So for safety measures, they put that chicane in the middle of the back straight, and that of course slows the bikes down. So they are making their way back to their grid positions. It will be Sidar Salati on the 11 there. You can see in the pictures the red, white and black motorbike there. Of course, Sidar Salati is not on my provisional entry list here, so I can't give you the update on what he's riding. What I can tell you, though, is Simon Reed was on the Kawasaki ZX636 in the number 15, of course, racing here for VME Valves. I got to talk to Ali before from VME Valves, and he's very excited to be here, and he's very excited to see his rider on the podium as well. There is Scott Francis there on the 22. He had a great battle with Hanan in race number 1 earlier today. Now the 5-second board is out. That means the lights will go on. Yes, we are 5 lights on. It's a very short hold. We are racing here once again at the Yas Marina circuit for the DSBK Middle East Championship. This is the 2nd time in history we are racing around the picturesque Yas Marina circuit, North Circuit configuration, just over 3.1 kilometers in length. We're using the circuit configuration that's completely different to everything else that we've used this weekend. It's a great start here from all bar one rider who was a little bit slow there through turn 1. Didn't quite catch the number on him, but everyone leans deep down through turn 3. Here we go, through the hairpin for the first time. Up through turn 5 we go. Sidar Salati under pressure from Simon Reed. Saskia Tataro's got a fantastic start to stay behind them. It looks like Manuel Parra's also got a decent start this time round as well, so it looks like he's found the clutch earlier than usual, and now he goes towards that chicane. Now, we do have a number of riders who are racing for Roth Moto. They are quite difficult to spot between them because they all have very similar liveries and jumpsuits, but racing for Roth Moto, we have Munir Abdugoji, we also have Yuri Nekrasov, and we have Hanan Suleiman, the number 71, who will be keeping a very close eye on her because, of course, she is the first female to race here at the Yas Marina circuit, the DSBK Middle East Championship. She's not the first female to race outright in the championship. We have had female riders in the past, but here at Yas Marina, she has made history. Can she repeat history, and can she take it one step further and step onto the podium here for the first time? It's going to be very, very tough. She's in a very competitive rookie class here of Kalfan Al-Khabi, Fateh Falzabi, Scott Francis, Dimitri Kuchinov, and Mithun on the number 10, who's made his way up into 14th. Tom Robson and Sebastian Bursa both made their way up the order in the number 7 and 8. And then, unfortunately, Johan Gauers has gone the wrong direction. He's gone down into 18th position. So a total of 18 riders have taken to the start here at the Yas Marina circuit for the DSBK Middle East Championship. And the sun begins to set, and a new challenge approaches here as well, because this is something that the riders have not done in race conditions. Simon Reed, though, quickest through sector 2 with a 26.706. He is 0.6 of a second faster than the man in front of him, the Qatari, Sidar Salati, the man he wants to beat. And there is Saskia Totaro, a further second back at the moment from Simon Reed with a 1:69.48 last time round. Sector 2 goes the way of Sidar Salati. He has a 30.644 in that sector. There is Tom Robson under pressure at the moment from Sebastian Bursa. No, that's not Sebastian Bursa, actually, because Sebastian's gone through. Sebastian has a very distinct livery and a very distinct engine note as well. You could just see him there at the just in front. Now, who's he battling with? That's Tony Garvin on his inside. Sebastian's going to go right around the outside on the 23 Ducati and say thank you very much. But Tony says, no, you are not coming through this time round. You're going to have to fight if you want to take away 6th overall for me. Super stock, though, is Tony Garvin, where he is currently 3rd behind Yuri Nekrasov and Manuel Para. In modified, Sida Saleti, Simon Reed and Saskia Totaro. In the rookies, though, Kalfan Al-Khabi is looking to make it 2 for 2 with Fahad Saif Al-Zabi and Scott Francis. Currently in third on the 22 as Tony Garvin keeps the modified rider behind him. That is not a position in class, it's just a position overall for those two. And Hanan Suleiman has worked her way up the order. Now sits in 5th overall in the rookies. Better yet, yes, she is 14th overall because she's just got Parth Mithin on the number 10. As we continue on here, 10 laps to go around the Yas Marina circuit. Saeed Al Salati went quicker again that time round with a 1:12, 6:86, a 26.659 through sector 1. And there we go across the line to complete lap number 3. Was that another quick lap time? I think it was from Saeed Al Salati, the 1:21.587. He was 0.4 of a second faster compared to Simon Reed, and the gap is 1.2 seconds between the top two. 3 laps in the books. That means 9 to go here around the Yas Marina circuit. Sebastian Bursa still applying the pressure to Tony Garvin, but he's starting to be caught up by Kalfan Al-Khabi. Mohammed Shamsir as well is with him. Tom Robson drops down to 10th overall at the moment, so he's had a bit of a mistake somewhere around this North Circuit configuration. The far left is Scott Francis on the 22 bike. A very interesting pop of colours on his bike as well. Flashes of red, flashes of orange. It does look rather fetching on his bike and very easy to spot him as he works his way through turn 2. Then we have some more movement because Munir Abdugoji has moved up to 15th, and his next target is Hanan Suleiman, who is currently 0.5 of a second away from a podium finishing position here in the DSBK Middle East Championship. And what a monumentous occasion it will be if she can find a way to the back of Scott Francis and if she can take that position away. But I've just seen on our timing screens that Scott Francis has actually been passed by Dmitry Kuchnov, excuse me. So that means Dimitri's gone through into 3rd, so she'll be fighting for 4th, and she'll be fighting once again with Scott Francis around the Yas Marina circuit. There is Scott Francis, and is that the 71 in front? Yes, it is. Hanan's got through, so she's escaped the clutches of Scott Francis behind him, and now she is on her way to try and chase down Dmitry Kuchnov, the 31. Let's see what the gap is between these two when they come across the line. It looks like it's around 2 seconds separate the two of them, but there is Hanan working away across the line, completing lap number 4. Indeed, there is confirmation that she's moved up the order. She is 4.1 seconds adrift from Dmitry Kuchnov, who in turn is 5.1 seconds back from his closest rival, Fahad Saif Al-Zabi at the moment. So he's going to have to start pushing a bit harder, and he'll be no doubt informed that, well, there's a very, very fast number 71 coming for that position, so he's going to have to pick up the pace here as well if he wants to stay on the podium. Here's the number 3 of Munir Abdugoji. He's a little bit further back, but he's still in the thick of things here with a 22.10 and 71 just ahead. And look at the gap that Hanan has been able to build on Scott Francis. So she's really taken some advice here from the DSBK regulars, and she has managed to escape up the road, which is fantastic to see her go through like that and, well, take the fight up to Dmitry Kuchnov if she can do it. But now loses a bit of time to Scott Francis there on the 22 bike. Proudly representing the United Arab Emirates. Is a great sight to see her here as well. Is unfortunately a little bit too deep there in the corner, but she is okay, which is good to see. Saeed Al Salati, though, continues to lead here by 2.4 seconds. The yellow flag will continue to wave at turn 6, so that takes away an opportunity there for them. And we're back now with this battle between Scott Francis, Munir Abdugoji. Mithin as well benefited from that the most. He moved up not 1 but 2 places. Lionel Henry and Johan Gowers also moves up the order as well, as there is Scott Francis ahead of the pack. And here is a replay of what happened there to Hanan. Just a little bit too deep there in the corner, and the bike was offset and lost balance. But the good news is that that was a low-speed incident there, and she is A-OK, which is great to see. But she did a magnificent job there in race 1 and was really fighting tough there in the second race here at the DSBK Middle East Championship. Here is the number 20 bike, our second-place rider in the Superstock category, Yuri Nekrasov, ahead of Superstock rider Tony Garvin, 14.4 seconds between himself and Tony Garvin, under pressure here from Sebastian Bursa and rookie rider Khalfan Al-Khabi on the 89. As he works his way through turn 2, there is the Ducati 959 course. And I have to admit, I'm a real fan of that bike there. I love the engine note it produces. As you can see a little bit further back there behind that rider there, that was Fahad Saif Al-Zabi, Dmitry Kuchinov, and you know, that was a little further forward, wasn't it? That was the 39 of Mohamed Shamsia lurking in the background behind those two. He would most likely love to be a part of that battle. One of two rookies that graduated from the rookie category last year, Tom Robson being one of the others. Tom Robson actually won the rookie category and was 3rd overall in class, and has now transitioned into the modified category. As Tony Garvin dives deep, but he's really under pressure here from Sebastian Bursa and Khalfan Al-Khabi, but it actually looks like Khalfan might have got through, and he has. So the rookie really showing good pace here as he's up on the inside of one of the series regulars and takes the place away. Now that will put him 3rd overall in the super stock category, because as far as I remember, all the rookies are in a super stock category. They're not in the modified category, and that makes things quite interesting. This might be the first time in this season for the DSBK Middle East Championship that we have a rookie on the overall podium in class. Yellow flag still waving at turn 6, but Anthony Garvin takes the position back and says, you're not having that position, it's mine, I'm 3rd, not you. So he retakes the position back. Seidal Salati, Simon Reed are now starting to approach the tail end of the field here in the DSBK Middle East Championship. There is Seidal Salati, right in the thick of things here. He's slowing him down, and this is allowing Simon Reed to catch up. There is Simon on the right-hand side of your picture, the number 15. But there is Seidal Salati working his way through turn 5. Now, turn 6, the yellow flag has been withdrawn. Seidal Salati has a quick look back to see how far Simon Reed is from him and how much he's struggling with the field. But it looks like to make quick work as we follow the race leader as he fast approaches Scott Francis through the chicane, and he moved to the inside, and this gives Scott Francis, one of our 6 rookies, a chance to learn from the best in the DSBK Middle East Championship at the moment. As of course Seidal Salati has not won one race, he's won 3 races on now 2 different tracks. He won at the Autodrome and he won here at the Yas Marina circuit earlier today. As Simon Reed goes past Scott Francis. Next target for him. Now that's one of our rookies running a little bit wide or moving offline to allow Simon Reed through. And it did look like a kind gesture there to let Simon Reed through. It's the number 10 of Mithin. This is the first time we've seen Mithin here racing around in the DSBK Middle East Championship. 3 laps to go though. We have a quarter race distance left on the clock here for our second race here on the DSBK Middle East Championship. Tony Garvin trying to keep Sebastian Bursa at bay, but it looks like he's lost out again to Khalfan Al-Khabi. So Khalfan up now into 3rd overall in the Super Stocks. Now we'll have to see how that works, if he will be on the podium for Super Stock or if he'll go the way of Tony Garvin. But he has to be careful because lurking behind Sebastian Bursa is Mohamed Shamsia on the Super Stock number 39. As Simon Reed works his way across the line, 2 laps to go. This is the penultimate lap now in the DSBK Middle East Championship here. The final race of the day, and interesting enough, we're racing on a Sunday, which we've not done before. We've also not raced this late into the evening as well. Sunset fast approaches here. Now that's Saskia Totaro and Lionel Henry together. Now they're not in the same class as Lionel Henry in the Super Stock category. He's fighting with Johan Gaas, but Saskia Totaro is a little bit further up the road on the number 5 and would like to get through this traffic a little bit easily. Now, what has happened there to Kalfan? No, that was Mithin, wasn't it? Because Kalfan is working his way across the line now on the 89. That was Mithin that we were looking at there on the number 10. Scott Francis moves up a position on the 22 bike. There he is, working his way through the chicane. And somebody's dived a bit low there to knock down some cones. As we're just on now the final lap of the race for Seidar Salati, looking for a 4th victory outright in the DSBK Middle East Championship. 5.1 seconds is the gap between himself and Simon Reed. And looking for another victory here on the Yas Marina circuit. He wants all of those trophies until we race here again at the Yas Marina to be his. He wants them all to his lonesome, and there he is, working his way through turn 5 for one final time. He'll make his way to the chicane. Simon Reed a little bit further back. He's not in our view here in the bottom right-hand corner just yet. It looks to be the yellow flags is actually still waving down towards turn 6, judging by the light that's reflecting off of the surface on the right-hand side you can see there. So a possible overtaking opportunity removed still. But for Seidar Salati, it's going to be a perfect weekend, and it's going to be a perfect start as well for the first races at the Yas Marina circuit. We're looking at the 28 here. Fahad Saif Al-Zabi. But for Seidar Salati, he will make it 2 for 2 here as he pumps the air, and he'll be absolutely delighted there with not 1, but 2 race victories. Absolutely phenomenal there from the Qatari. And he is absolutely delighted with that 2nd victory today. That makes it 4 in a row. Who can stop the Qatari? Will it be Simon Reed, Saskia Totaro? There is Dmitry Kuchnov, one of our top 3 rookies. He's actually being shown as the top rookie at the moment, but that's because we've not had Kalfan Al-Khabi come through. But there is Simon Reed and Saeed having a quick chat. You saw how honest Saeed as well was with Simon, saying he's absolutely delighted to have Simon in the championship. And it's great for him to look back and see him there, that he's keep pushing to ensure that the race goes exactly as planned for the 2 here. A great job as well from Manuel Parra. Makes it 2 for 2, followed by Yuri Nekrasov and Kalfan Al-Khabi, who actually did manage to finish ahead of Tony Garvin, so that might make the podium quite interesting here at the Yas Marina circuit. Will we have our first rookie on the Super Stock podium? We're looking at Simon Reed there on the 15. 2nd in class in the modified. Super Stock winner, as we said, though, but in the rookies, it is Kalfan Al-Khabi. Might be walking away with 2 trophies. And, of course, Dmitry Kuchnov and Fahad Saif Al-Zabi, your top 3 in the rookie category. There is the 31, Dmitry Kuchnov. A job well done for him as well. He's done an absolutely phenomenal job here in his rookie campaign in the DSBK Middle East Championship. As Simon Reed pulls into his park foaming position, it'll be 2nd for him. Seidar Salati will pull into the number 1 position. And then, of course, 3rd will be Saskia Totaro. We didn't get to see much of Saskia, which is quite unfortunate for him. But, of course, another job well done. Quietly there, finishing 3rd overall. Very, very well done for Saskia Totaro, and actually all of our winners in their respective categories. A big shout out though to Kalfan Al-Khabi though. What a ride from him to go 3rd overall possibly in Super Stock. If it isn't, it's Tony Garvin. But for that ride, I think he should get that 3rd place trophy. I can see Sarah's down on the grid with Seidar Salati. So we'll see if we get a word in with him with another race victory. I can see he's having a quick chat there with his race engineer about the race. A quick debrief there just for Saeed to tell him a little bit more about what happened there in the race. Give him some feedback as well. I don't think he'll have much feedback. He's probably saying the bike is absolutely perfect. You just about hear what he's saying there. So he's moving around quite a fair bit. But let's go down to the pit lane with Sarah.
So 2 from 2. How was that race for you? What was your race engineer just sharing with you then?
Well, it was really, really nice. I really had fun listening to Simon behind me in the beginning. He was really pushing hard, and that made me push harder. Yeah, I'm really happy. I want to thank my team. They worked really hard this weekend. They gave me a perfect bike. And I want to thank all those who came, and also my message to my family from there, from Qatar. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, this win goes to my family and friends there.
Congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us this weekend.
Thank you.
That makes it 4 race victories there for the Qatari. A massive job for him. That's absolutely incredible to win not once but twice here around the Yas Marina circuit. I think Sarah's got, finally, we can hear from Saska Totaro.
Saska, what a weekend for you. How's it been?
Yeah, it's been good. It's great atmosphere here in Yas. Thank you to all the guys here, all the fans. Thank you so much. It was amazing to see everyone here. I wasn't 100% because I had a surgery on my knee a week ago, but we did what was possible, and most important, we had fun. And thank you to all my sponsors and the organizer, Nasser, and DSBK. They did a fantastic job. So thank you so much for everything to everyone. And big kiss to my wife and my baby that are sitting up there. I love you.
Oh, and just a week ago, you had an operation on your knee. What was that for exactly, and how's it feeling?
Yeah, it's not feeling 100%. So on the right-hand corners, although we only have 2 right-hand corners in the whole circuit, I couldn't put a lot of pressure on my legs. So it's you struggle to put the power down. However, no excuses. I'll be better next time. So yeah, it's been hard. It's been hard.
Will we see you back in 2 weeks?
Of course, of course.
Excited for that. Looking forward to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great to hear there from Saska Totaro, and we wish him all the best to get well soon. He's always a fabulous character to speak to at any point during the race weekend. Very familiar. He's been doing this for quite some time as well. There is Seidal Salati and Simon Reed having a quick chat together, the 2 championship rivals here. But of course, as soon as the race comes to an end and the checkered flag is out, they become the best of friends once again, talking about the race, talking about how it went, giving themselves a bit of feedback where they could improve, where they could be a bit sharper in the braking zone and everything like that. I think Sarah's trying her best not to interrupt the conversation, but let's see if she can get a quick word in with Simon Reed before he comes up here for the podium presentation. But that has been a phenomenal race here, and of course another chapter closed here in the DSBK Middle East. Racing for the first time on the Yas Marina circuit. It's been a phenomenal race weekend, and we're back down in the pit lane with Sarah, who's got Simon Reed.
Yes, Chris, I'm down here with Simon Reed. How was that race compared to earlier on?
Yeah, look, we made another wee step, went a little bit faster, learned a few things with the circuit that we could find some time, but I got a good jump off the line, and then I got some wheelies, so that sort of ruined my jump, and I stayed with Saeed for a couple of laps and tried my best, and yeah, we were in the 12s, so that was quite a bit of a step on earlier on, but I had a small issue from like the halfway point of the race, and the bike kept like cutting out, so I just kept losing time. So yeah, an enjoyable race, and yeah, it's been great riding around Yas Marina, and yeah, such an experience.
Have you worked out what that issue was yet?
Yeah, look, we had a few issues at the start of the weekend, and it's sort of been ongoing. It didn't really suffer from it in the earlier race, but in the second race today, it's been a bit of an issue. But yeah, we know what the issue is, so we should be able to rectify that.
Perfect. And have you enjoyed racing at this iconic circuit, the first time the bikes have been out on Yas Marina?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. As a venue, it's incredible. The Formula One come here, and it's a bit of a spectacle. And there's been quite a few people here watching today. And yeah, look, I hope Nasser and the DSBK guys are doing a fantastic job. And yeah, I hope they get the recognition that they deserve. So.
Are you back in 2 weeks, or are you heading back?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to stay here until the next round at Dubai Autodrome. So yeah, hopefully we can make some more improvements with the bike and just close the gap on Saeed.
Perfect. Look forward to seeing you there.
Thank you.
And we'll be back exactly in 2 weeks here for the third round of the DSBK Middle East Championship. We'll be racing back again at the Dubai Autodrome, but it's been a thrilling day here around the circuit of Abu Dhabi, the North Circuit configuration, a new circuit configuration as well. And before we have the podium presentation, we can check out some highlights of this second race. And there's certainly been some interesting highlights here as a quick debrief there from the team. But why don't we throw it back over and check out some highlights here from DSBK Middle East race number 2.
So here we are at Yas Marina Circuit with the future, okay? We have some mini riders here. They are part of the DSBK Academy. So Road to MotorGP. So we have some few little questions for you guys. So first question. So the girls and the guys here, they're part of the DSBK MotorGP Academy, so they're learning how to ride. So all of them are learning how to ride on the bike. So first question, which is my question, do you ever get scared?
Yes, I do get scared. I've never ever met anybody who's not scared. But our instructors are there to help us, the teachers, and they'll tell us what to not do and what to do.
Amazing. And who is your favorite coach?
Saska.
So Saska has actually been racing here today. He's a cool guy, right? What tips does he give you when you're on the bike? What does anything stand out that he says to you?
He says that you should not think that you're going to fall. Just look straight, don't look back, or don't look at the ground.
Nice advice. All right, next question. So what is your favorite bike? I know that you love bikes, right?
I like the Ducati Pinnacle V4 because it's very fast.
Nice taste. And who is your favorite rider?
In the MotoGP, I like Francesco Bagnaia.
But why do you like him?
Because he's very confident in winning the race, and if he loses, he's okay with it. And yeah.
So how often do you ride the bike?
I ride every Sunday, so once a week.
And you're not going to get in trouble now, but what kind of bike do you ride?
I ride my DSBK bike, 160cc.
Impressive. All right, so next question. Who inspired you to ride?
My dad and my brother inspired me. I thought it was really cool.
So cute. So your brother and your dad, and who is your dad?
Nasir Sayed.
So your dad is the founder of DSBK. Awesome. So of course he inspired you. All right. So when it comes to racing on the bike, I'm sure you feel pretty hungry, right? What do you eat before you go for your lesson?
I would eat a banana or a protein bar because it gives you instant energy.
Do you feel tired sometimes when you're riding the bike?
Yeah.
But does it give you adrenaline? Do you feel good when you're riding?
Yeah, it does feel like so. I don't feel full or like I don't want to race.
Okay, oh, all right. So when you go to your lessons, what are a few tips that you always have to try and remember?
You should never give up. You should always go forward. Then you should never back down.
And would you ask or would you recommend for people to join the DSBK Racing Academy?
Yes.
All right, final question. I'm going to aim this one at the girls. So if you had your own racing team, yeah, what would you name your racing team?
DSBK 3 Musketeers.
Wow, the DSBK 3 Musketeers. Watch out, guys. Very good. So cute. Amazing, guys. right, guys, so the results are in. So while we're just waiting for the results, it's obviously turned night now. It's been an amazing day. Huge thank you to DSBK for this incredible event here at Yas Marina Circuit. Thank you so much to the crowd who have been here all day also. The adrenaline, even if you're not riding, you do feel exhausted because you feel the emotions, you know, from the crowds and from the riders. So I'll just, who can I pick on from the crowd? Here he is. Hi, welcome, how are you?
Thank you, I'm fine, thank you.
What's your name?
Nihal.
Nice to meet you, Nihal.
Lovely meeting you.
So I can hear a British accent here.
That's because I live between the UK and Dubai.
Oh, very nice. Whereabouts in the UK?
Leicester.
Wow, Leicester. Okay, so let's not talk football. You don't.
Perfect.
Yeah, better like this. So how's the day been for you?
It's been lovely, a lot of thrill. I love it here.
And do you always come to the I think I've seen you before, the DSBK races?
Always, yeah. I was at the Dubai Autodrome as well, so I love it. I'm not going to miss it.
So we have another one coming up in Dubai. Are you going to be there?
Definitely. I'm going to be there cheering and the loud one always in the crowd.
See, that's what I like to hear. We need, we always need someone like you to make the noise and to bring the good energy for the riders. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're lovely.
Thank you.
Love the energy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to pick on these two gorgeous girls. I love the t-shirt already. Very beautiful. So, yes, thank you. Are you into riding?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yeah, it's quite nice.
So what are your names?
Iman and Amara.
And where are you from?
Sri Lanka. We're sisters.
Ah, amazing. So what brought you today to Yas Marina Circuit?
To watch the race. We're really interested and we're family friends, so we came to watch as well. It was quite interesting, actually. The race was really fun to watch.
Is this your first ever race that you've watched?
No, we've come for last season as well. This is like 7th, 8th. Yeah, we've been here for like almost all the races.
I think no matter how many times you come to the race, when you hear the noise, when you first start, how do you feel when you hear how loud it is and when you physically see how fast the riders are going?
Yeah, really. When you see it on TV, because I watch F1, you never realize how fast it is, but then when you watch it face to face, it's insane. Like, it's like in a jiffy, they just like zoom past you. Yeah, even though I've come quite a few times, like I never expect how fast the bikes will go past me, and I'm like, wow.
And does this inspire you girls to start any adrenaline sports, racing?
Yeah, I mean, they did recently open up like an academy, so I was thinking like maybe I should join. Like, it seems fun. I agree. The academy as well, I heard about it. Yeah, and today there was a girl racer as well, so that was very see that.
I think as a female, we saw that Hanan was here and the UAE, it was a huge deal for us, right? Especially she was the only female.
She was doing really well as well. Yeah, she was like killing it on the track.
And one more thing that I found quite inspiring was before the race, Hanan was looking a little bit nervous, and then as soon as she finished, she had the biggest, most amazing smile. So that kind of pushes people to think, actually, it's not that scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite inspiring, and she should be proud of the way she did. She was racing amazing, so it's a very tough sport, and to be able to say that you're part of it is insane.
Well, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. And last but not least, my gorgeous friend. I have to pull her over here. She's been supporting me the whole day when I'm tired. Here she is. Yes, finally. So thank you so much for coming all this way. You're my driver, my best friend, my helper. And she's really good at racing cars, by the way. I have the more speeding tickets, but she's more careful. So what have you thought about today's event?
It's actually quite amazing. It makes me feel the speed and want to try it for myself. Don't tell my mother.
I think a lot of people, they feel like that, right? Especially like we have a few racers today who are trying to be discreet and saying that their parents don't allow them to race. But unfortunately, it's on YouTube. You guys are going to get to see it, so I'm pretty sure everyone will find out. Any last words, Daria?
I'm really happy to be here, and congratulations for everyone for the winning and the podium. And I can't wait to see the next one in Dubai.
Exactly, so we will see you guys at the next DSBK race in Dubai. Just give us a few more moments and we will start bringing those awesome racers out for their prizes. Hi guys, welcome back. So we have Abdul Razak. Did I say it correctly? Amazing. So we're just going to ask him some questions because you actually sponsored a team here, right?
And I had my, hi guys, how are you? Hey Abu Dhabi, I love all of you, thank you so much. Really, actually, I love it. This is the best things, like I love too much sports, you know, I love too much. And also, today my team they try to make the best, but it's been good. We had fun, we enjoyed it, but I want to see to who's win, who's the try to win. They are all of them. I want to say best of luck. Next time you guys will win, and try more. One day will be. Why not?
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for bringing and sponsoring a team. You're always welcome to the DSBK Championships. Oh, we have someone else. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're in this suit. I mean, why not, guys? No, we will save it. We will save it for the podium. All right, guys, we'll be back soon. So now it's time for the final podium. So I just want to say a big thank you again. I know I keep saying it, but DSBK, you know, this is really, really special because it's not something that has ever happened before. You know, this is the first company to ever do a motorsport event, and it's extremely successful, and it's only like our 3rd year. So we hope we will see you guys back here for the next races. So now, without further ado, we're going to announce the winners. You will see some of the same people that you've seen before. So for the rookie category, okay, in 3rd place, we have Scott Francis. Woo! Oh, it's you! Congratulations, amazing, very cute. So Scott Francis in 3rd place for the rookie category with his gorgeous son. What's your name?
Say Remy.
Remy.
Welcome, Remy. You must be so proud of your dad. Are you proud of your dad? Yeah, he did good, right?
Yeah.
Very cute. There you go, guys, to the 3rd place. And now we have 2nd place. 2nd place for the rookie category for the 2nd race of the day is Fahad Saif. Woo! Mabruk. Amazing, Mabruk. It's always great to see UAE nationals on the stage, on the podium in their own country. All right, so in 1st place, I need a big screen for this guy. In 1st place, we have Dmitry Krichnov. Woo! Amazing. Look at that smile, super happy. They don't look tired at all. And we have some amazing guests to bring the medals to each category. So for third place, for Scott Francis, we have Sheikh Fazil. Let's welcome Sheikh Fazil. Best dressed today. I like it, very good. Amazing outfit again, mashallah. And for our second place winner, we have Sunny Bekta.
Fight for the first place. No, I told you from Supersport.
Let's go, Sunny. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. There's a lot of nice fragrances going on here, guys. A bit of Tom Ford. And in first place, to give the award to Dmitry Krichnov, we have Abdu Razik. Yes! Woo! So Abdu actually sponsored his team today, which was awesome. I think his team placed fourth, so they just missed out. And we're just gonna let Abdu come through. I said it before, but what an awesome achievement to be a rookie and to place on the podium. That is such an amazing feeling. So guys, let's give a round of applause for the rookies.
Thank you, guys.
So we're shortly going to be moving on to our super stock category. It's always super cute to see the dads with their children on the podium, very proud children. Congratulations, guys. Amazing job, especially for those rookies. All right, so now we're going to be moving on to the super stock category, okay? So for the super stock category, in third place, we have Tony Garvin. Where is Tony Garvin? It's getting a bit crazy up here, guys. Tony Garvin, third place for the super stock category. Tony's gone home. Tony? Tony's in traffic. No problem. Did you see my meeting? Leon. Okay. All right. So on behalf of Tony, we have Lionel Henry to accept the award. So Lionel Henry will accept on behalf of Tony for the modified category. Third place, Tony Garvin. Woo! Congratulations on behalf of Tony. Yes. And in second place, we have Yuri Nekrazov. I hope I said it correct again. Your name for me is hard. Amazing job. Congratulations. And then for the big win, guys, in first place, we have Manuel Parra. Woo! Incredible. Number 1. So to give the awards today for 3rd place for Tony Garvin, we have Sheikh Fazil. Here he is again, the man in the suit, Fazil. Woo! Guys, I feel like Fazil's getting a bit famous, okay? He's getting more attention than the riders. And for Yuri, we have, again, Sunny Bekta. Every time. Yeah. And then for the 1st place, Manuel Para, we have Abdu Rozek. Yes.
You didn't get it.
Enjoy the catwalk.
Second me. I don't know why. First Yuri, second Yuri. Where to look? Hello.
Amazing, big smiles, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Come guys. Come guys.
Let's take the picture then.
Slippery. Okay, one. Look here. Wait, girls are coming, right? Our girls are. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys, go on. Amit.
All right, the main event is coming up. Congratulations.
Times first. Queste foto ce le vendiamo proprio, guarda.
All right, so for the main event, the one you've all been waiting for the modified event, let's start off with 3rd place. I think you know who this guy is. We have Sasuke Totora. Mabruk, congratulations again. I don't think these guys get tired of racing or tired of winning. They just seek the adrenaline.
Thank you.
Very well deserved. So as we were saying before, Sasuke, he actually is working with some of the younger riders at the DSBK Academy for the very young riders. So in 2nd place, we have the one, the only, Simon Reed, all the way from Ireland. Congratulations, you're awesome, amazing job. I think he deserves extra points because he's not used to this hot weather. Awesome job, Simon. And guys, I think you know, everyone knows, yeah? I knew before I came. I shouldn't say that, but I knew before I came. 1st place, Wahid, it's Saeed Al-Salati. So guys, now we have all the winners on the podium, all the audience, everybody who's around, all the media. I want a big cheer for our 3 awesome winners. In 3, 2, 1. Very well deserved. So now, guys, to give these incredible racers their awards, in third place for Sakska, we have Abdul Sami. Where's Abdul? Oh! For second place, for Simon Reed, we have Yusuf Mohammed. Where's Yusuf? Yusuf Mohammed, is you, Habibi. Better late than never. Here he is, the man of the moment, Yusuf Mohammed. All right, guys, and then in first place for Saeed Al Salati, we have the one, the only, all the way from Bollywood, okay? Salman Yusuf Khan. Woo! Amazing, guys. What an incredible day. We have some incredibly awesome, humble athletes, people, the media, everyone. We just want to say a huge thank you on behalf of DSBK. The whole family is up there. Woo!
Number one, baby. One. Number one. Number one. Good one, yeah. Amazing, guys. Champions. Amazing. I can't take it. I can't deserve it. I can't take it. That's the respect you guys deserve. I can just feel it. I can't step on it. One can tell us. Yeah. Take a step back. Guys, 1, 2, 3, DSBK! Woo! DSBK, hip hop! Hooray! Hip hop! Hooray! See you in Dubai. Thank you guys. Amazing. Guys, see you in Dubai.
Well, that brings an end to a fabulous evening of racing here at the Yas Marina circuit for the DSBK Middle East Championship. Sina Salati works his way off the podium. Another well-deserved victory, 4 in a row. What an impressive feat, especially here at the Yas Marina circuit. The first time we raced here, and he walks away with both of the winners' trophies. But that concludes it now for the next 2 weeks. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Yas Marina circuit. Wherever you're watching around the world, have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you for round 3 of the DSBK Middle East Championship in 2 weeks' time.